My bad, y'all. OBS quit on me right now. El mestizo.
Si me enseñan a volar, no tardaría minutos. Pronto me echaré a andar, a besarte en tus labios de frutos. Tal vez te podría contar qué es lo que ven los difuntos, que de no poderte tocar me andaba fugando a otro mundo. ¿Qué me da? ¿Qué me da? Si es que no cambia mi suerte, si no te vuelvo a mirar, estoy sangrando y herido de muerte. Si me vas a matar, que sea un disparo en la frente, que no quiero sufrir más, estoy cansado de que estés ausente.
All right, beautiful song. One of my favorite artists. Have not seen him live yet. Definitely on the list. All right, appreciate your patience with me. OBS just crashed out, so that was a little annoying. I'm trying to express as little to no anger as possible. Frustration. All right, let's get to it. Love seeing all the usual suspects over here. All right. Let's not waste any time. We're already late. This comes a little later because, God, the word, and I was going to include it in the title, the word viability. It might be the word I hate the most. Vic, that's El Mestizo. That's El Mestizo by Axel. What is it? Axel. Oh, I got to read this book. ¿Cómo? Or Alex. No, it's not him. Axel Catalan. Great fucking artist. Singer-songwriter. Great music, great lyrics. All right. Okay. So I was trying to stream earlier, but man, I'm still recovering from the trip, still normalizing my sleep patterns, my sleep schedule and all that. Yeah. Axel Catalan. Great artist. Every one of his projects have just been fucking amazing, man. There's a couple of tracks there that just really speak to that never-ending sense of wasted potential. Gotta love it. All right. We're not going to start off with this because it's going to take a minute. We'll start off with... We'll do this first. We'll do this first because... Look, I don't just dislike these people for no reason. It's not that I'm anti-white. I don't like white people, right? It's that white people do and say some dumb shit that make it seem like I don't like them in general. That's not my fault. I try my best. I give them the benefit of the doubt. I give them a lot of leeway. But life's too short to treat these adults like children. When many of us don't get to have a childhood, when we're not seen as kids, we're seen as adults from an early age. Boys will be boys are just for white men. And white feminism is an attempt to stand to the right, equal to white men, while using white supremacy to their advantage. Their only goal is to match patriarchy. But Chris Kunstler, from the No Politics Here podcast, as well as his own little YouTube channel, and I don't mean little as in being dismissive. He's always going to have more subscribers than I ever will, more supporters than I ever will, more viewers than I ever will. It's okay. It's all right. That's not what the goal is. But Chris Kunstler claimed that the U.S. no longer has this open land to consume, right? This so-called empty land to continue colonizing. And it just highlights the ignorance and the way that some of these so-called white allies don't actually bother to go beyond what is trending. And I hate to even categorize the genocide of Palestinians and the colonization of Palestine in that regard, but that's how they view it. It's trending. It's something that could hop on, right? I believe he has a degree. Okay, that's great. That's awesome. My expectations of you are higher. Congratulations. You're a bigger disappointment than your fucking peers online. I don't know what to tell you. So, Chris Kunstler, this one's for you, mijo.
Expanded border wall with Mexico have destroyed a portion of a 1,000-year-old Native American archaeological site in the Sonoran Desert. The Washington Post reports bulldozers caused extensive damage to the rare 280 by 50-foot etching in the desert sand known as the intaglio, which holds special significance for the Hiashet-Otham people. We're also joined now by an elder of the Hiashet-Otham. Lorraine Marcus Eiler is co-founder of the International Sonoran Desert Alliance and lives in the town of Ajo near the U.S.-Mexico border. Thank you so much for being with us, Lorraine. What has happened there? What is this new expanded border wall and these ancient remains being destroyed?
Thank you for having me. What has happened is that last week on April 30th, there was a group of women runners who were practicing their culture, came upon a place not too far from where the intaglio is located, a place called Kita Pond. And so they went a little bit further just to see if they could spot the workers, because they had been informed that the border wall was being worked on, and so they went further along the wall, and as they came over a rise, they saw a bulldozer coming near the intaglio. So at that point, one of them called me and told me about what was going on, and for me to alert individuals, which I did, but that person also called other officials at the Tohono Nation, so we were informed on that Thursday. Since then, I have found out that that not only the tribe, the Tohono Nation, but also officials from Cabeza Prieta Wildlife Refuge were also trying to decide how to protect the area and informing the workers or the Border Patrol about the importance of the intaglio and that it should not be disturbed. So on Thursday, late afternoon, they were still talking about how to protect the area, and went home feeling that they were still working together. On Friday, for whatever reason, the contractors bulldozed the area. And it's ironic because the rest of the group were further west, where they were starting to work from that point. And so the question is, some of our questions are, why did they leave the main group where they were supposed to start the fence? Why did they leave that area and move further up just to hit the intaglio? Because they went over the intaglio. It's a huge 200 feet long intaglio, and they messed up 60 to 70%. I have not seen the site, and I have not talked to anybody since then. But But the question is, why did they leave their main group and come over just to demolish that part of the intaglio?
What I will say is, this is part of genocide, right? Like the erasure of indigenous, whether it's if you want to broadly call it holy sites, although I feel like, or sacred sites, you can get very into that weird kind of realm of like anthropology, right? Where you're removing the humanity of it, whether you want to say that they're cemeteries or burial sites, whatever, right? Whatever they may be. Broadly speaking, something that is significant to the indigenous people of that land, of that region, of that area. The fact that to this day, 2026, that land is still being targeted, that indigenous people are still being ignored, that their history, their identity, their presence is still being erased, goes to show that this is still a settler colonial project. And if we don't recognize settler colonialism as a primary contradiction, we're just going to be advocating for fucking colonizer national socialism at best. And notice that all these predominantly white online leftists, it's so easy for them. Well, I wouldn't even say it's easy for them, because they mainly focus on apartheid. But you could get them to acknowledge that the Zionist entity is a settler colonial project. And they won't call for decolonization, but at least they'll acknowledge it as such. When it comes to the US, they struggle with that, and they try to find ways around it. Whether it's Chris Cunster saying, oh, well, you know, the indigenous people of so-called the United States, they're a lost cause, basically, is what he said, right? He, a European white man, gets to choose when indigenous people are a lost cause. Very reminiscent to Norman Finkelstein claiming that if he abandoned the Palestinian people, then it means that they had no hope, right? So white savior mentality. They get to choose and dictate based on their interests and what benefits them, either financially or through recognition or personal fucking gripes, like Norman Finkelstein with his parents and such. Chris Cunster sees an opportunity to cozy up to opportunists, right? It's why he won't be critical of Hassan Piker. He'll talk about criticism of Hassan Piker, but he won't criticize Hassan Piker as a liberal Zionist normalizer. Little things like that. Whether it's Bad Hasbara, who, man, my hatred for those fools is growing continuously, because they've done a great job at demonstrating how liberal Zionists actually carry out the best and the most insidious and the most discreet style of Hasbara. Am I saying it wrong, by the way? Is it Hasbara? Or is it like Hasbara? Who gives a fuck about these made up words? But I guess all words are made up, right? But my larger point is that their end goal would see it that in Palestine, it will become, you know, the Zionist liberal democracy that they've always dreamt of. And you're going to see things like this if that nightmare were to occur, where instead of this being national news, it's just another normalized erasure of indigenous people. When I did that Jubilee debate or whatever, and I was asked, are you Palestinian? And I said, no, I just shorthand said I'm Mexican, right? What I should have said, but I was too focused on trying to center the conversation on Palestinians, is no, like I'm a bastard of colonization, and I want to make sure that Palestinians don't become what I am. It's that simple. There are political, there are communal reasons why I don't call myself indigenous. And there's, you know, because of that, there's reason why I push back against Chicano nationalism and their attempt to reconnect or reclaim their indigenous you know, ancestry, identity, with no real connections, and doing these performative, cultural appropriating, culture vulture fucking danzas. And there was a point in my life where these danzas would fill my heart with fucking pride and joy. There was a point in my life where I wanted to participate in these danzas, and thank fucking God I was too broke or too far away from the ones that were free, communal ones. Because there for sure would have been photos of me fucking todo flaco, right? With all these like nonsensical fucking attire. But what I'm getting at is, it's an ongoing process. I'm not telling y'all anything new or different, right? I'm not here fucking illuminating some unknown knowledge. I'm simply restating what is known. Colonization is an ongoing process, and we need to resist it at whatever fucking stage it is. Not when it's on the news, not when it's trending, not when it's on your phone, but when it's occurring, and it's always happening, and we always have to resist that. And again, I mean, one of the reasons why I highlight this, and a lot of this is fuel from pettiness, but it's really frustration of hearing, you know, these white voices get praised and deemed as not just intellectuals, but worthwhile influencers in these spaces. And it's like their perspective and their analysis and their worldview is so fucking limited. And they struggle to even acknowledge that. In fact, they surround themselves with other white people, with other, you know, Europeans or Euro-Americans, so that they don't feel uncomfortable, so that they're not challenged, so those blind spots are not called out. There's a reason why BreadTube has remained so fucking white. If BreadTube was not white, there would be no need for like, was it cornbread tube? That's why I'm not fucking this whole maize tube or tortilla tube or whatever the fuck. You know? So like, it's not necessary if they created an inclusive space where they were actually bringing up and highlighting and platforming and collaborating with Black, brown, indigenous people. They don't do that shit because it's not convenient to them. Because when they slip up, and they always fucking slip up, they rather be amongst themselves, or they'd rather be around compradors that aren't going to challenge them. They'd rather be around tokens that aren't going to challenge them. They'd rather be around those individuals that are going to give them a chance and a grace. And, oh man, you know what they're doing in the background. You don't know this person's a real fucking ally. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit, man. They do everything else in the daylight, but suddenly all their fucking allyship is done in the dark. And why would you even do that? Why wouldn't you want to promote true allyship? Why wouldn't you want to demonstrate to your fucking white hipster audience how to be a good ally? It makes no fucking sense. It's all fucking bullshit, man. I'm getting real fucking tired of it. If y'all thought I was already done with it, I'm getting real fucking tired of this. Because, I don't know, you think that break literally fucking and, you know, it's funny because it's like the way that we have to categorize downtime, you know what I mean? But anyways, when I wasn't streaming, you'd think that'd be like, all right, come back and be like, all right, cool, let me ease up and let's warm up. Let's allow ourselves to get frustrated all over again. But it's like, nah, it's consistent because I'm doing what I can with the opportunities presented to me. And I'm trying to do the best that I can. I'm failing. Don't get me wrong. I'm failing. I never want y'all to think that I'm not, that I'm exceeding, or that I'm somehow killing it out here. I'm not. I need to do better. And I'm trying. Time management is my fucking kryptonite, but I'm trying. But to know that I'm doing the little that I can in the situation that I'm in, working class, struggling, fucking drowning in debt, all this shit, right? And I'm not saying this because I'm unique or different. I mean, we're the same in that sense, right? But to know that these people are wealthy and rich, and don't get off their ass. And when they do, it's all a fucking stunt. It's all a fucking stunt. And it goes to show that they're led by their fucking ego and not their sense and responsibility to do more for others. I mean, that is what should be fueling you. This fucking obligation to try and make this world a better place. And to stand alongside the most marginalized, not to speak over them, but to be a fucking echo for them. To elevate their voices even further in the circles and the environments that they're not in, or where they're not represented the way that they should be. Not onto white savior shit, not into my speak for the trees Lorax bullshit, but in the y'all are getting too fucking comfortable because you think this is a safe space for your bullshit. Let me remind you, and if I gotta make it uncomfortable, if I gotta be the only person fucking speaking up, that's always been me. That's fine. Now I'm doing it online. It's a little bit more comfortable. I'm not gonna lie. I can sit down. I don't have to worry about fucking getting jumped, getting set up or smacked. It's like, all right, cool. It is what it is. All right, let's keep going.
And my thought is that possibly because they don't want to be stopped. So even though they were in discussions about the protection of the intaglio, they just ignored that and came on and bulldozed the area and then stopped. So that's a question I have.
Congressmember Grijalva, what can you do about this as a Congress member in the U.S. House of Representatives?
Also serve on natural resources. So we've continued to have this conversation with a lot of different projects. In this specific case, this wall cuts through sovereign ancestral lands that existed long before the U.S.-Mexico border. The federal government is prioritizing this rapid construction of an unnecessary wall without any meaningful tribal consultation, as was just noted. And they're not honoring the government-to-government relationship and sacred site protection requirements at all. Many Ottoman families and ceremonial traditions extend across both sides of the border. This wall is going to create a barrier for the nation. But I mean, they don't care. They don't care. Whether that is a contracted company working with the government or federal government employees themselves, their priority based on this administration is you build the wall regardless. And they don't care. And we've heard that from the nation many times. I've had a visit in my office with Chairman Berlin Jose 4 times in the last month and a half. And this issue continues to come up.
Finally, we just have 30 seconds. Congress.
So these are people honoring their ancestors, colonizers, right? Their predecessors, by engaging in these acts of genocide, cultural genocide, right? So they're doing what they've always done, prioritizing capital, prioritizing the colonization of the wilderness, enforcing their made-up fucking borders. And I noticed somebody here in the chat says, oh, the waiting channel. Yup, LA groups and spaces love to tokenize indigenous people and their struggles for image rather than principle. Absolutely, it's fucking frustrating. I've gotten in some hot water over it. Orgs I've been involved with have gotten in some hot water over it. But it's very much the norm down here. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And what sucks is that is such a easy pipeline for a lot of young people, a lot of young radical people to go down. And it's very difficult to pull them out of it. Because unlike like a politics or even like a certain ideology that like a socialist or communist or anarchist ideology, this becomes part of their being, their essence, right? It's not just an idea that I stand by and I'm studying and all this shit. It's like, no, that is me. That's who I am as a person. So when you try to bring up facts that contradict that, the cognitive dissonance is something that is connected to how they see themselves as a human being. Está difícil. It's very, very difficult to pull them out of that. Because it's like fucking quicksand. Like you just fucking dive in, right? I don't think you dive into quicksand, but you step on it, you step into it, and before you know it, it's absorbed you. And you're fucking decked out in tattoos and shit like that. And look, look, maybe this is because I think it looks fucking dope. maybe this is my bias. There's nothing wrong with getting like indigenous tattoos of, you know, whatever. The same way that I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a tattoo of Zeus. Like there's some badass fucking tattoos of Zeus on people that aren't European, aren't fucking whatever the fuck, right? Weren't from that region. It's dope. Whether like if you want to get, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong here, blanking out, but like Arabic writing. It's dope. I remember at a young age, like not young age, but you know, adolescence, talking to someone about that. Hey, how do you feel? Because they had just gotten a tattoo. And like, how do you feel about like, you know, white people or other people outside of like your culture getting tattoos like that? And they're like, I don't care. Our literature is fucking dope, right? Like it looks fucking amazing. Yeah, that's true. So in that sense, like I don't think there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're not trying to fucking identify yourself or tie your identity to it. Right? But again, there's that thin line to where like I guess like Japanese lettering is very popular.
Okay. First member Grijalva, I want to ask you about another.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my laptop, but at least do the homework. At least study. At least study. And again, maybe I'm just saying that because I still want some pieces done that do incorporate indigenous imagery because I think it looks fucking badass. But it's not because I'm claiming to be indigenous. It's not because I'm claiming an identity that isn't mine, but because I think that it looks fucking chingon. And I'll get some other styles. And by the way, I hate American traditional. I despise looking at American traditional. Like to the point that like, even if there was like a connection or sparks, if you got American traditionals, I appreciate you. You're wonderful. The best I can do is friends. I cannot stand that shit. I think it's the laziest fucking art style imaginable. I get it. I understand it. You know, I got homies who are tattoo artists who have them and enjoy doing them. Man, they might as well be cut out, you know, cardboard cutouts in my book, respectfully. But it's goddamn fucking awful. To me, it's the equivalent of like the early South Park imagery or art. Might as well be the same thing. American traditional tattoo. Okay. Let's find the eagle. Yeah, like shit like this. Oh, you know who has this? Hold on. Let me find the safe. Let me see here. No, that's not his. Hold on, because this shit's goddamn fucking awful. Why is that so difficult to fucking find, man? All right, perfect. iDubbbz, this fucking racist piece of shit trying to be an opportunist. This is American traditional style. Very limited. I think it's very limited, and it kind of ruins the point. I understand why it was popular at its time, but fuck, homie, art develops. There's new technique, there's new fucking machinery to give that detailed look. I can't stand it, man. Yeah, that's just me. I'm just a hater, though. Talking about in tattoos, bro. Yeah. All right. Yeah, they are white people tattoos, but there's a lot of like Chicanos that embrace that kind of rockabilly look. And they look good, I'm not gonna lie, they look good. They, you know, they rock the fucking style. Some goth shit too looks dope, but it's just then tattoos are fucking horrible.
Other issue as we move into our last segment on the war on Iran. 30 House Democrats, you have joined them, sent a letter this week to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who may be running for president, urging the Trump administration to publicly acknowledge Israel's undeclared nuclear weapons. It was led by your colleague, Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro. The lawmakers write, quote, Congress has a constitutional responsibility to be fully informed about the nuclear balance in the Middle East, the risk of escalation by any party to this conflict, and the administration's planning and contingencies for such scenarios. We do not believe we have received that information. You're one of the people who signed on to this letter. Tell us why.
Well, withholding information prevents Congress from understanding the full implications of the current conflict, including nuclear proliferation. So we have to know. And this administration has bypassed Congress at every opportunity they can. And we're demanding transparency on Israel's nuclear capabilities, ending this decades-long ambiguity.
Democratic Congressmember Adelito Grijalva of Arizona, thank you for joining us from Tucson. And Lorraine Marcus Eiler, elder of the Hatchet Oldham Indigenous People, co-founder of the International Sonoran Desert Alliance.
Bro, I thought that was fucking rude as shit. I thought that was rude as fuck, bro. To bring up that, especially something that is so like insignificant. So you want to acknowledge what is already known? It's not ambiguous. It's what's known. It's what the Zionists were trying to give South African white supremacists, colonizers, a nuclear weapon. It's been known. It's going to change fucking nothing. It's going to change fucking nothing. And instead of highlighting and giving the space and time for this indigenous elder to bring attention to something that is going to be ignored, you waste your fucking 60 seconds on that shit. God damn it, bro. We do have a couple of things I want to look at. There's one here. Yeah, we'll do this. It'll be a quick, short one. Yeah, it was the same fucking segment. Yeah. Since technically Mexico was brought up, we're gonna double back to this in a little bit. There's a short read before we go over the Brianna Joy, Great Bad Faith conversation with Contrapoints, which we, looked at the clips yesterday. Who the fuck is Amber? Respectfully. Yeah, exactly. It's very much, Vic, this is what you actually care about. Yeah. Avas keeping the YouTube live chat alive. I'm glad no one's asked me to do any of those. I've done a lot of other styles. Oh, you're a tattoo artist? I think it must be, and maybe, I don't know, maybe every artist is different. One of my close friends is a tattoo artist. Never been tattooed by them just because, bro, like, I think it's so fucking rude when people either ask or expect a discount. And so see, that's why I said respectfully, because I didn't know that was out of nowhere. Like, Look, in my defense, David Barnes out of nowhere just says Amber was on TMR this week. By the way, no context, no nothing. I mean, okay. Wait, what the fuck? I was lost, and that's why I added the respectfully, because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Am I to blame, or is David Barnes to blame for no context? All right. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Claudia, how we doing? All right, let's read this piece here. It's short and sweet by Jose Luis Granado Ceja. I like these because these are almost like little blog posts. And I'm not even saying that like in a dismissive way. Like, it's not like, oh, this is your diary or whatnot. But it's cool. It's like, feels like little blurbs in a positive way, very digestible. It's kind of weird to say I love this photo, but this photo is very fucking powerful here. US doesn't give a shit about drug traffic. For all their bluster about the dangers from narco-terrorist organizations, we need to be clear. The US doesn't give a shit about drug trafficking, especially the Donald Trump administration. If they did, the US president wouldn't have pardoned and released former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, a narco trafficker convicted in New York, who, according to leaked audios, is returning the favor by conspiring against left governments in the region. If Washington gave a shit about organized crime, their closest regional ally would not be Ecuador's Daniel Noboa, who faces credible allegations of ties to drug trafficking and transnational criminal organizations. U.S. drug policy in Latin America is just a means to an end. Dominance and control, an extension of their imperialist foreign policy. That's how we should understand the U.S. seeking the arrest and extradition of Sinaloa Governor Ruben Roca Moya on alleged drug trafficking offenses. Look, when we talk about specifically Black communities, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would include brown communities as well in that, of internal colonies. And you see the way that the police operates within these internal colonies. It is a microcosm of how the US empire operates abroad. The way that they use, oh, drugs. Oh, guns. Right? And they switch up the PR behind it every now and then. But rudimentarily, or at the end of the day, it boils down to drugs and guns. Right? Drugs and guns. In one way or another, it's either drugs, guns, or they're combined. That's the same fucking thing that they do in brown and Black neighborhoods. Same fucking thing. The violence, right? The guns, the drugs, the addiction. It's all connected. And so, of course, on the macro, you see the same fucking plays going on. And that's why we can't separate our struggle from an international lens or international solidarity. We have to realize that they're playing the same fucking trick on us. And we need to wake up to it. And more often than not, and it's quite often, they're the ones smuggling the drugs. They're the ones smuggling in the weapons. They're the ones training terrorist organizations. They're the ones educating these so-called drug cartels how to fucking navigate. They're the ones giving them orders. They're reining in, pulling in the chain, reining them in when it's convenient. President Claudia Sheinbaum announced that the federal attorney general's office will investigate the allegations, the correct action for any sovereign state. We should treat U.S. indictments, largely based on testimony by plea-seeking witnesses, with a grain of salt. Should the allegations against Roca, who correctly has stepped away from office, prove credible, he should be tried inside Mexico. The U.S. cannot be trusted. Given its timing, distrust of the indictment has only grown. It was made public during a diplomatic crisis between Mexico and the U.S. After a car crash in opposition-run Chihuahua inadvertently revealed that CIA agents are illegally operating in Mexico. Since 2020, a law passed under President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. I don't know. Sometimes it happens. Expressly bans foreign agents from participating in operations. I mean, the fact that you had to wait till 2020 to put that shit in the books. The Roca indictment is a Hail Mary to save U.S. ally Maru Campos, the right-wing governor who allowed the CIA to work illegally inside of Mexico. It reveals U.S. strategy. If they can't work with Mexico's national government, then they will find a vendepatria or traitor who will let them in. And this is why I have this personal hatred for compradors, right? White people use it as an advantage to release their racism towards them. I think we should be participating in calling out these compradors, mocking them, belittling them, humiliate them, shaming them, you name it, embarrassing them, lo que sea, shunning them, in order to set an example for anyone else in the community that may be weak, that may lack solidarity. Because some people, I mean, their dreams is to fucking sell out. Sheinbaum hoped to characterize the illegal participation of U.S. agents in Mexico operations as a one-off exceptional case. That's fucking hilarious. And who the fuck would believe that shit, bro? But reports say there were other operations involving U.S. agents. Since U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Ron Johnson himself comes from a long and sordid CIA background, it would be foolish to think infiltration will stop. We got to put a face to his name. Ron Johnson. Hey, amigos. This salsa sure is spicy, isn't it? Oh, wow. Ay, caramba. Bro, put a fucking dot in this who's home. God damn. What level of inbreeding do you need to reach this all around gold? I don't know, man. Like, his ring is matching every follicle in his face. That's scary. All right. Undoubtedly, the US DOJ's unsealing of the indictment against Roca and 9 other public officials has created the most serious crisis facing the fourth transformation. How Sheinbaum handles this will likely determine her government's future. A real danger is that the US could conduct a Venezuela-style operation and kidnap Roca, as when the US kidnapped Ismael El Mayo Zambada in July 2004. But this scenario is a trap for the opposition. It reveals that foreign intervention is their only hope. Mexicans won't look kindly on politicians and political parties that embrace the empire, caring for U.S. national security, but not the lives of Mexicans. Yeah, this is a fucking, man, like, they need, and we'll watch a video right now where they're literally calling for U.S. intervention, because otherwise there's no way that they can regain power. What Morena, AMLO, and Sheinbaum are doing is, you know, whether you want to call it a democratic socialist movement or just a nationalist one, what have you, it is prioritizing, broadly speaking, Mexicanos, right? It's prioritizing them And the issue here is an attack on that party, an attack on them, an attack on the country now from foreign actors. It will feel personal in a way that if they had a sellout government or one that was completely selling out, like they've had in the past, you know, you could separate that a little bit and be like, fuck it, like they're all corrupt. It is what it is. They don't care about us. But the image and the actions that Morena have been taking are prioritizing, again, broadly speaking, Mexicanos. So with that in mind, there is a sense of pride, a sense of unity, a sense of solidarity with the party. And because of that, there is this, you know, growing national pride once again. That goes beyond like the sporting events, beyond, you know, the surface level propaganda of things, and goes deeper, right? And so with that in mind, any direct involvement there is going to crush whatever political party is supporting it or calling for it. And that's why they need to be imposed upon the people. That is the catch, right? Hey, we're calling for your intervention so that you can put us in power, because there's going to be a power vacuum if you do what needs to get done. So I kind of lied about what order we're going to take this in, because this actually, they bring up Honduras, and so we're going to kind of do a weird circle here. There's actually a better setup than I had originally thought. All right. Now we've read El Faro before. I remember this because I pronounced the R too hard, apparently. Salvadoran news outlet El Faro says its assets frozen in retaliation for reporting on Bukele. I mean, this is a perfect, an absolutely, who is this? Who took this photo? Ivan Vucci. A fucking Italian. You got me out here giving compliments to Italians? God damn it. All right. So there's one good one. I should have definitely checked prior. Oh, man. All right, fine. So he got lucky. Ivan Vucci. This is almost Disney villainesque. Like, this is almost like just everything about this. The solid hair, the receding hairline, the eyebrows, the fucking, the ojos, everything, bro. I mean, the collar, everything about this screams fucking Disney villain. Unfortunately, this fucking monster is quite fucking real and is worse than anything seen in fucking in Disney movies over here. But this image here might be, and there's plenty of them, but it might be the best depiction to really capture this guy's smug, grotesque, just evil incarnate. Yeah. Are we good here? No, we need a little movement over here. A little more. Right there. It's the best that I can do for y'all. So, Salvadoran investigative outlet El Faro announced Thursday that 2 of its members' assets, including a bank account and property, were frozen in what it denounced as an escalation of political persecution for its work exposing corruption in the government of President Nayib Bukele. It's another level of attack against us with a clear purpose, El Faro director Carlos Nada said in a news conference Thursday. These are not physical measures. They are political measures trying to silence us. El Faro has publicly sparred with Bukele over its investigation into corruption during his administration, including revelations that his administration negotiated with gangs. The latest move comes shortly after the outlet released a documentary with PBS Frontline about the gang negotiations. Bukele, who rose to power on an anti-corruption platform in 2019 as the region's youngest leader, has faced increasing criticism from human rights groups for his crackdown on dissent and abuse under a 4-year state of exception that has imprisoned more than 91,000 people. Bukele's office did not immediately respond to a request for comment, but he has called the outlets reporting fake news in the past. How fucking creative. The outlet learned of the freezing of assets through the bank and property registry, according to Nada. I keep saying nada instead of dada. Rather than through formal notification from the government. The outlet has been subject to ongoing audits by Salvadoran authorities since 2020, in which the government alleges it has evaded $200,000 in taxes, which Dada denied. No, and that were true, these fools would be fucking locked up already. What are we doing, bro? You think Bukele's government's just gonna make allegations like this? If they were real, these fools would already been disappeared into fucking Sicko. But apparently these fools moved recently. El Faro journalists have been the target of spyware attacks, and Pegasus was detected on more than 20 of its journalistic iPhones. El Faro journalists have been the target of spyware attacks, and Pegasus was detected on more than 20 of its journalist iPhones in 2020. Its journalists sued NSO Group in the United States for federal court later that year. So I'm sure a lot of you know, but Pegasus is an Israeli fucking spyware. I'll just use Wikipedia. Pegasus is spyware developed by the Israeli cyber arm company NSO Group that is designed to covertly and remotely installed on mobile phones running iOS and Android. While NSO Group markets Pegasus as a product for fighting crime and terrorism, governments around the world have routinely used the spyware for surveil journalists, lawyers, political dissidents, and human rights activists. The sale of Pegasus license to foreign governments must be approved by the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Jesus, bro. As of September 2023, Pegasus operators were able to remotely install the spyware on iOS versions through 16.6 using the zero-click exploit. While the capabilities of Pegasus may vary over time due to software updates, Pegasus is generally capable of reading text messages, call snooping, collecting passwords, locating tracking, accessing the target's device's microphone and camera, and harvesting information from apps. The spyware is named after Pegasus, the winged horse of Greek mythology. You know, as Semitic people do, right? Name things after the Greeks. Cyber watchdog Citizen Lab and Lookout Security published the first public technical analysis of Pegasus in August 2016, after they captured the spyware in a failed attempt to spy on the iPhone of human rights activist Ahmed Mansour. Subsequent investigations into Pegasus by Amnesty International, Citizen Lab, and others have garnered significant media attention, including in July 2021 with the release of the Pegasus Project investigation, which centered on a leaked list of 50,000 phone numbers reportedly selected by targeting by Pegasus customers. I am interested in this. Ahmed Mansour al-Shahi is an Emirate blogger, human rights, and reform activist arrested in 2011 and sentenced to imprisonment for defamation and insults to heads of state and tried in the UAE 5 trial. He and other UAE 5 were pardoned by UAE's president Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Mansour was arrested again in March 2017 on charges of using social media platforms to threaten public order and publish false and misleading information. He was found guilty and convicted for threatening state security and given a prison sentence of 10 years. Mansour was running an opposition blog calling for reforms in human rights within the United Arab Emirates. He was arrested as one of UAE 5 in April 2011 on charges of breaking UAE law of defamation by insulting heads of state, namely UAE President, Vice President Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Through running an anti-government website that expressed anti-government views, he was pardoned by UAE's President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed. Following his pardon, Mansour was monitored in 2013 through 2014 by UAE government using mobile phone spyware developed by the NSO group. Around the same time, he had his passport confiscated, his car stolen, his email hacked, his location tracked, his bank account emptied, and was beaten by strangers twice in the same week. I'm not trying to make a joke out of it because this is a fucking nightmare. But this is some like fucking Looney Tunes ass fucking bad luck type of shit, right? Where everything you do is, I mean, it sounds like a fucking nightmare, bro. Damn. Around 2016 through 2017, Mansour was targeted again by UAE contractor Dark Matter. This occurred under Project Raven, a clandestine surveillance and hacking operation targeting other governments, militants, and human rights activists critical of the UAE monarchy, which came to light in January 2019. Ahmed Mansour was codenamed Egret in Project Raven, while another main target, Rory Donagi, was codenamed Gyro. By June 2017, Project Raven had hacked into the mobile device of Mansour's wife, Nadia, and given her the codename Purple Egret. What does this fucking even mean, bro? Okay, where are they indigenous to? I'm trying to figure out why it's a weird fuck. Okay, whatever. I'm overthinking it. The dumb shit I be looking at. Yes, I was analyzing and reanalyzing the kick that comes out through against Strickland. Okay. So yeah, Pegasus is complete fucking trash. Zionist spyware. In 2023, the outlet moved its headquarters to Costa Rica because of the country's repressive climate, and its members currently live in exile outside of El Salvador. Bukele's crackdown intensified in 2025 with the arrest of prominent human rights activist Ruth Lopez. Who was in prison a year later without a trial and limited access to family and legal counsel. Shortly after, in July 2025, the country's leading human rights organizations where she worked, Cristosal announced it was leaving El Salvador because of mounting harassment and legal threats. The practice of launching audits and confiscating assets has been weaponized in other parts of the region to intimidate critics, most notably in Nicaragua under President Daniel Ortega. Claudia Paz, the director of Costa Rican-based Center for Justice and International Law, which is representing El Faro in its case before the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, said in the Thursday news conference that the measure is retaliation for El Faro's work and that it seeks to silence the voice of journalists. Yeah, I mean, fuck, man. I'm interested in Ruth Lopez. Back in 2025, El Salvador arrest of anti-corruption lawyer from one of the country's premier human rights organization, alleging she participated in embezzlements of funds when she held a government position earlier in her career. Ruth Eleonora Lopez, organization Cristosal, on Monday condemned the arrest a day earlier, which it described as a short-term enforced disappearance and demanded the government provide information on her whereabouts. Cristosal has been one of the most outspoken critics of some of the president's Nayib Bukele's policies, especially the ongoing 3-year state of emergency, which has suspended some fundamental rights related to due process while the government fights the country's gangs. And this is, again, like I've been in conversations and straight out fucking debates and arguments with people who were supporting Bukele, who were applauding, this authoritarianism. And I was like, bro, he's a fascist. Once you give a fascist this type of power, it's a wrap. They're not going to give it up. You're going to need force to remove them. But a lot of these individuals were Central American. Some of them were from El Salvador. And they did help me understand that, hey, like, this is with MS3 is like, it's a different, you're just seeing them as a regular gang. And it's like, okay, fine. Should extreme measures should have been taken to crack down on the level of violence that they were committing? Absolutely. Does that mean you put a fucking fascist in power? Absolutely not, because you're getting something worse. For the illusion of peace and justice and prosperity, you're going to get something worse. You're putting someone in position of power who looked at what the gangs are doing and scoffed at it and said, I could do more damage and I could be more corrupt as a politician without having to risk my life the way that you idiots are doing it. Let's see here. The measure restricts the rights to gather, to be informed of rights, and to have access to a lawyer. It extends to 15 days, the time that someone can be held without charges. Some 85,000 people have been arrested under the state of emergency. Remember, this is a year ago. Lopez is the head of Cristosal's anti-corruption unit, which has produced dozens of reports and filed legal actions related to the government corruption. Lopez's team has repeatedly documented and denounced the lack of respect of due process in El Salvador, as well as the use of government institutions to repress critical voices. Cristosal said, "We have also revealed torture, mistreatment, and death in prisons." Neither Lopez's family or her legal team knew where she was taken after police removed her from her home around 11 p.m. Sunday, Cristosal said in a statement. The authorities' refusal to disclose her location or to allow access to her legal representatives is a blatant violation of due process, the right to legal defense, and international standards of judicial protection, Cristosal said. The Attorney General's office did not respond to requests for comment about Lopez's arrest. The president's office declined to comment. Fucking cowards, bro. Absolute fucking cowards. The alleged wrongdoing dates to her time as an advisor to Eugenio Chicas. No, it's not Eugenio. Eugenio. Maybe it is. Damn, I wouldn't even know how to say that in Spanish. I cannot not read that as Eugene, bro. Eugenio? There you go. Eugenio Chicas, the former president of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal during the administration of President Salvador Sánchez Serén, which ran through 2014 and 2019. Chicas moved from the court to the cabinet of Sánchez Serén and also served as a congressman. Last November, he and some of his relatives were convicted in a civil case for illegal enrichment between 2009 and 2021. Chicas was detained in February by Chicas, who was detained in February, is now being prosecuted on criminal charges of illegal enrichment, which is just absolutely fucking hilarious. The Attorney General's office alleged that Lopez had been involved in Chica's embezzlement. That's a weird way to fucking end the article, but okay. I had no idea. No idea whatsoever. But wait, there's fucking more. I'm gonna have to. We're gonna have to say something for some other time. Because we're already about an hour in, and we're probably gonna spend like an hour minimum, if not 2 hours, on the Brianna Joy Gray thing. So let me grab some cafecito. And I think this is actually a really, really good time to bring up this interview that I had. A little bit of a throwback. Is it just me? Or Absolute Green Arrow having a skull mask is just fucking cringe, bro. So over the fucking top. Here we go. Live. This one. I'll be right back.
From what you hear from both your parents,
Hit
and
the
just
like button,
the
y'all.
community there. Down, oppressing them is to financially impact them, because what I'm also hearing a lot, you mentioned the diaspora earlier, is like, oh well, now we could travel there, and now there's the tourism's gonna start bringing in money, this and that, but that doesn't always benefit the people outside of those like resort areas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the reality is that Nayib Bukele is a con man. I remember when I first heard about this individual, it was probably around 2010, even before he was mayor of Nuevo Cuscatlan. He was already doing fundraising here in the Central Valley. And if we know anything about business in the Central Valley, it's very conservative, right? Very right-leaning. Nonetheless, somehow, someway, he was injected into what is the FMLN, right? The ultra left in El Salvador. So I think for a long time, he was just looking for a way to attain more power. Right. He had a plan with his youthful voice and his quote unquote new ideas that he was what El Salvador needed. Right. And so people ate that up. Right. People ate that up because and I still hear it from folks saying, how can you argue against Nayib Bukele? He has modernized El Salvador, because for people, modernization is very aesthetic, very superficial, right? So having these like colorful slides and these glass bridges and stuff like that, is captivating. This is what they want. But the reality is that El Salvador is suffering. Its population is suffering. I know for a fact that people now have to choose 2 meals between 2 meals a day, because everything's so much more expensive. People are finding that they are being displaced from their communities because real estate is just, ridiculously off the charts. And it's not just in areas for tourism, right? It's not just the beaches. It's everywhere. I don't know if you know, but the average house in El Salvador is costing upwards of $350,000. How is that even possible when the average rural salary is of $275 a month? In the capital, it's $370 a month. And with prices going up and up, I mean, the price of eggs is equivalent to what we're paying here. And you see what's happening here with eggs, so it's insanity. So this rhetoric by Bukele, like we need to bring in investors. We really need to feed into the market of tourism, expanding all these great touristy spots like Surf City, right? This is what El Salvador needs. But when that happens, people have to leave. So the reality is that people aren't staying in El Salvador. People are leaving El Salvador because they can no longer afford to be there. And they're basically being booted out of their communities. And that's what's been happening. Like, I don't know if you've heard more recently of the case of La Floresta, where folks were organizing to preserve their lands because they were being bullied out of their communities. And, human rights activists and workers were coming in, teaching, concientizando the community, these are your rights. And what happened? One of the most active activist was detained. He's in jail now. And shortly after he was detained, and about 21 other organizers, they were imprisoned, and they started bulldozing homes in that community. So this is the reality that is being lived in El Salvador, and it's dangerous. And I understand why people begin to leave, right? Because when things like that start happening, it's a matter of survival, right? You have to leave. You wanna live, so you leave. Yeah.
I always think of indigenous Hawaiians always talk about being priced out of paradise, and their whole essentially like economy is based on tourism at this point. During COVID lockdowns, they were literally saying, "Stop coming here. We can't handle it." And people were like, "The flights are super cheap." And like you mentioned, it doesn't just affect the tourist areas. It makes its way across because, as we see, like people want to buy that Airbnb that is in a unique area of town and not where all the tourists are at, right? And you see the buying out of neighborhoods. And when we first connected, you mentioned that that southern gentrification. It's not just here; it's a lot worse. In El Salvador and vulnerable countries. You mentioned something that I had never heard of before. You said that the FMNL was
FMLN.
FMLN. Sorry, my dyslexia was like boom. That they were actually backing Bukele. So like for me right now, the first thing that came to mind was like, oh, he's like the Salvadorian Obama almost. Like, and please correct me if that comparison is wrong. But like immediately I'm like, oh, he tried that maneuver. That is so interesting. Now, can you briefly, if you can, because I know it's a long history, tell us a little bit who they are and I guess their current position in the country, because to sign off, to co-sign him, like wow, I don't know how the left wing party survives that.
Yeah. Well, so essentially what happens is that he becomes mayor. Well, the FMLN is the Frente Farabundo Martí para la Liberación Nacional, and this was the guerrilla faction during the Civil War. It was made out of 5 different groups, right? And so already that should scream like there were going to be complications in its organization, even through the Civil War and thereafter. But it, with the signing of the peace accords, it was allowed to become a political party, and its first election, presidential election, was in 1994. So, thinking about it was the party of the people, right? People really embraced the FMLN and thought that this was the option for bettering the lives of the millions of people who felt underrepresented. And so eventually, the FMLN wins the elections, the presidential elections, and we have 2 periods, so a total of 10 years under the FMLN, at which time they implemented all sorts of social programs. Everything that was stated by them following the Civil War about the things that they had planned for the country are things that they got done. The problem with their position of power at that time was the fact that the National Assembly was never fully theirs. Arena, which is the Alianza Republicana Nacionalista, the ultra right-wing party, was always there to block many things. So that's how the country has always been very polarized. And you got to remember, the culture during the Civil War was really the right wing concientizando the population, saying that if you really loved your country, you were going to support Arena, right? Because the communists were there to destroy the country, right? That was the rhetoric that was used. Anyway, so we live under 10 years of the FMLN. And the thing is that Nayib Bukele's father was very attuned to the mission of the FMLN. I mean, he was a strong communist supporter of the FMLN, right? Despite being this really well-known businessman, but he always contributed to the structural plans of the FMLN. And so this is how little by little Bukele was brought into the party, right? Despite the fact that he never received political formation under the FMLN. So he was more of a, like you said, a very Obama-esque individual, very liberal, very neoliberal thinking individual. And this is how he ran Nuevo Cuscatlan, right? And I believe that these ideas that he spread through the way he ran Nuevo Cuscatlan were more attractive amongst the youth, right? Because he created this idea that through his plans, he was going to be able to create jobs and opportunities in El Salvador, right? So he continued with this through his time in the FMLN. And ultimately, what he wanted was to become president. And when the time came...
Again, so fucking grateful to Carla. Cispe's doing amazing fucking work. I was so fucking nervous for this interview. So goddamn grateful for her time and just educating me on it. And again, this is a legit fucking organizer that has been doing the fucking work nonstop. And I'm just so grateful to them. And I'm so proud of that conversation in the sense that I don't think my big mouth got in the way of allowing her to, really educate me and hopefully anybody tuning in. But it is a little wild to see something that was a year ago only have like 675 views, right? So definitely like a conversation that we're gonna have to run back, especially with the development of like Sicot. This what happened, what we're just reading about Crisosal. I'm sure plenty of y'all would love to hear that conversation. And in fact, I mean, to be honest with you, like maybe I hit up Jared from Millennials and be like, bro, like you gotta have Carla on. If it means more people are gonna, be educated on the work that she's doing and the realities in El Salvador. All right. All right, all right, all right. Do it. I will say though, actually, the homie who is also in the org just fucking killed me right now because I was getting my coffee and I was, you know, scrolling through Instagram. And I don't think they'll mind I share this, but they put a public call. They said, does anyone know of any LA-based independent sleight of hand magicians? And to be honest, like LA-based independent sleight of hand magicians, you know, you can find one. You can definitely, it'll happen. It's LA. We can make it work. We'll find you one. However, they included this disclaimer or you know, they put no white men. No white men. And it's like it's, you just cut at least a minimum of 85% of the potential candidates by saying no white men. I mean, that is fucking hilarious. Sorry. That is too fucking funny. All right, we'll get back to it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's get back to it. How about some clown jugglers from Southgate instead? That's fucking hilarious. Oh, man. All right. ¿Cómo andamos? How we doing, y'all? Once again, thank y'all for coming back after, you know, that little trip that I had to take. I appreciate y'all. Do me a favor, hit the like button if you haven't already. We have 95 live viewers and only 40 likes. Hit the like for me. Do me a favor. Man. This is interesting right here. Bien güerillos. Bien pinches güerillos, huh? Ay. Let me find a clip here. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. I actually don't like that. There we go. That's solid. I wanted that a screenshot of fucking pinche Bukele looking smug as shit. All right, let's get to it. A lot of reading today, so I appreciate y'all being patient with me. And we are good to go. All right. Fucking Disney ass villain looking motherfucker, bro. All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Let's get back to it. Super chat, super stickers, memberships are turned on. If you want to help support the channel, anything helps. Patreon is up and running. $2 gets you access to the Discord. We have a good time there, and I appreciate y'all hitting me up there. to keep me on my toes and updated on videos, articles, and books that I should be reading. There's quite a few there. Let me make this note right now before I forget. It is comically sad how many pens I have and none of them here. Whatever. We got one. I will say this though. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all. If I could steal pens, I do steal pens. Don't let me borrow a pen. I don't want to forget. Okay. That's there. I won't forget. All right, got the cold brew just a little bit. It's already late. All right. Yes. Thank you, Only Froggy. So tomorrow is a casual book club. Meditations on Wretched of the Earth. Check it out. Check it out. You got a time for that, Froggy? Only Froggy, you got a time for that so I could pitch it? I need to knock this video out because things are piling up pretty quick. Because I need to knock out this video that I'm working on, and then immediately after that, we're putting out the Grand Planner video. I do not give a fuck how it comes out. I think he was on the Majority Report, according to David. So this is my cutoff for any Grand Planner news. So yeah. If he was a smoker, he would steal lighters too. No, I would always give away lighters. I always be like, nah, keep it. I always found it like a, I don't know. You always need a lighter. And the main reason why is because, you know, weed itself would make me fucking break out. But I always felt like the lighters themselves, like breathing that shit in, or maybe it's just in my head. So I started using the bee wicks, the little wicks or whatever. What do you call that? Like, and it's super cheap, and you got like a long ass fucking roll of bee wax. And so you light up the bee wax and you use that to light up your bowl. And then you just keep the fucking cherry going, right? I wasn't somebody who can outsmoke you, but I was somebody that would consistently need to be at least a little high to manage my anger problems, to manage the despair of being alive. Not a good time. Not a good time. Pancho, ¿cómo andamos? All right. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Okay, Only Froggy says that the book club, the unofficial book club, Meditations on Wretched of the Earth, is 11 a.m. PST. And then 10:30 a.m. for the pre-chat. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. And again, I appreciate y'all using that space. And just, I don't know, fucking honestly, generally fucking, it warms my fucking heart. Because some dope ass people there sharing some dope ass fucking information, reminding me that I'm not the only fucking nerd out here. Reminding me I need to put in work. You know, y'all put in those miles, and I appreciate that. That motivates me. All right. Congrats on your sobriety. I used to take breaks when I was younger too, when I noticed I was spending too much money. And I was like, all right, let me get my tolerance down again. Now I can't. I'm too old. Can't do it. That ayahuasca kicked my ass. All right. Let's get to it. U.S. cancels visas for board of Costa Rican newspaper critical of Trump ally. This is from Wednesday, May 6th. The U.S. State Department has canceled tourist visas for more than half of the board members of Costa Rica's leading national newspaper, La Nación, which has been a critical voice against the country's president, Rodrigo Chavez, an ally of Donald Trump. During Chavez's 2022 presidential campaign, La Nación published several articles documenting allegations of sexual harassment against him that had forced him out of his job at the World Bank. The paper also reported an allegation of illegal campaign financing, which Chavez denied. Since taking office, Chavez has been extremely critical of La Nación, accusing it of being despicable press and political assassins. Oh shit. These fucking journalists with their little fucking their pens taking notes and just they're like, "Can I ask you a question?" And you lean into like to the recorder and just laughing gas. You're done for. Political assassins. Fucking A. All right. He also targeted the newspapers financially by withdrawing a sanitation permit for an event space run by the organization's parent company. What the fuck am I reading that right? Like sanitation? Like I'm just probably thinking of it wrong. Gobierno de Costa Rica cierra Parque Viva tras ataque de Rodrigo Chávez, al diario La Nación. La decisión fue anunciada solo 2 días después de que el presidente de la República, Rodrigo Chávez, atacará a la nación contra datos. What is that? Distorsionados sobre bonos emitidos por la empresa. Sobre bonos emitidos por la empresa. El gobierno de Costa Rica suspendió este viernes el permiso sanitario de funcionamiento del Parque Viva, centro de eventos propiedad del Grupo Nación que se encuentra ubicando ¿qué es eso? ¿Guasima? ¿O Guasima? De Alajuela, maybe. Okay. Maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe porta potties related. Let's see here. Chávez confirmó el pasado miércoles que pidió el presidente de la caja. Okay. All right. Well, that's fucking weird. Yeah, so just like petty shit to like disrupt this festival or this event. At the same time, Chavez has become a close ally of U.S. President. Last month, he agreed that Costa Rica would receive up to 25 deported migrants a week from the U.S. Chavez also participated in Trump's Shield of the Americas Summit and closed the Costa Rican embassy in Havana. Now, the ties between the two governments appear to have led to La Nación board members being barred from entering the U.S. This is completely unprecedented, Pedro Abreu, the president of the board of La Nación, said via email. We see it as an indirect attack on press freedom because of the effect it can have on an independent media outlet and those who have the institutional responsibility to protect it. Abreu said 5 of the paper's 7 board members had their visas revoked, while the other 2 held passports from countries that do not require a visa to enter the U.S.
Who are outside of my race.
It's always funny. Analysts say the move by Washington could have an immediate chilling effect in Costa Rica. It's extremely serious, said Felipe Alpizar, a coordinator of the Observatory of American Politics at the University of Costa Rica. It is the United States eroding the foundations of political discussion in Costa Rica, of freedom of expression, of freedom of the press. The State Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The members of La Nación board are just the latest in a long list of Costa Rican targets by Washington. Mauricio Herrera, A former Costa Rican communications minister said, "This didn't happen in a vacuum. There's a persistent pattern. They've been a number of individuals whose visas have been revoked because they are political opponents or critics of the government. Among them, Oscar Arias, twice president of Costa Rica and Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Washington also banned Arias' brother, Rodrigo, the president of Legislative Assembly and the Supreme Court justice." That is fucking wild, bro. Trump's like, if you have a Nobel Peace Prize, or if you were in a laureate, it's somebody that's gotten it before or was up for it. A person who is honored with an award for outstanding creative intellectual achievements. So this laureate just sounds better than saying winner. Since there's a Nobel Peace Prize, you had to use laureate instead of like winner, I guess. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Trump banning anyone from entering the US that won something that he couldn't win. I approve that pettiness. This visa restriction began not long after the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, visited Costa Rica last year and praised Chavez for a decree that in effect barred Chinese companies from Costa Rica's 5G network rollout. Rubio told Chavez, "We're going to try to work in cooperating with you to impose costs on those within the country who use their position of authority to undermine the interests of the people of Costa Rica." Yeah, bro. Yeah. We're going to go after all these people that don't put the people first. Yeah, these fucking scumbags, huh? Get a load of those fucking assholes. I love this double talk, bro. It's so fucking stupid and so blatant. And you know, these fucking people are just, to support them, are just like, yeah. By the way, The Guardian, I'll never give you my money, but I do think that they're fucking on point. Most, turn purplish or whatever, but like to use the highlight function turning yellow, fucking so simple and genius. Somebody let me know who's more technologically advanced or competent than myself, how I can do this in every fucking web page, because that'd be fucking awesome. All right, straight face. We're going to try to work in cooperation with you to impose costs on those within the country who use their positions of authority, don't laugh, to undermine the interests of the people of Costa Rica. Yeah, right, bro. Weeks later, opposition members who had criticized Chavez's decree found their visas revoked. Chavez will step down later this week and be replaced by his handpicked successor, Laura Fernandez. Analysts fear attacks against the opposition will only increase under her presidency. Herrera said, "My fear is that in the near future, they will revoke visas of opposition members of parliament and the rectors of public universities." And the rectors. Whoa. Rectors. A member of the clergy who has charge of a parish. Huh. The head of a certain universities, colleges, and schools. Whoa. See, this is a nice, sweet, short word for Scrabble. Nice. Oh, accessibility settings? That's dope. What? Well, if Dr. Jab uses it, I'm good. Thank you. I have, what is it? I walk to the beat of my own drum. Thank you very much. Forget it. I don't want it. Just like I don't want his drops. I don't want his highlighting tools. I'm my own person, goddammit. No, that's dope. I'll do that later. I'll forget, but I'll do it later. Or we can gaslight him into believing that he copied me. All right. It's just like when you start those arguments with your homies about who put on who to what band. None of your business. I mean, that should be on my fucking tombstone. I'll forget, but I'll do it later. I'll do it later. I'm gonna forget at some point, but I will do it later. All right. That's Zoe Brechters, though. Huh. Herrera said, my theory is that in the near future, they will revoke visas of opposition members of parliament and the rectors of public universities. I would like to think that this is going to stop, but nothing indicates that it will. That's how you end a fucking article. Well, my question here is, what does this fool look? Because I actually don't know what he looks like. What's his name? Rodrigo Chavez. Oh, that is him in the cover. Okay, so my question is, why did he step down, or was his term over? Handpicked successor. God damn, man. I can't, you know what? These fucking Whiteinos, bro. And look, we have compradors of all colors. I get that shit, but god damn, man. These Spaniards have never fucking... now I have to read the article I was going to skip. Fuck it, we're reading it. Fuck it, we're reading. We're going to be here for a minute tonight. All right. We've been locked in. The sheriff hasn't cited us for for having too much fun. So I think we're on a good track. We're on a good track. Pinche güera, mira. Casi el mismo color del pinche... el poster behind her, bro. What the fuck? She's almost the same color as her shirt. I don't know why I have to go to the fucking background. Her shirt, bro. You look... ma'am, you look sick. Do you want to sit down? You look ill. 3 months old. So I'm way behind on this. Fernandez wins Costa Rican presidency, steering Latin America for the right. Did we talk about this? Or is that Peru? They all look the same to me. So, fucking stupid, bro. God damn, bro. There we go. The right-wing populist Laura Fernandez has won Costa Rica's presidential election in a landslide after promising to crack down on rising violence linked to the cocaine trade. We did read this, did we not? Fernandez's nearest rival, Fernandez's nearest rival, center-right economist Alvaro Ramos, conceded defeat as results show the ruling party far exceeded the threshold of 40% needed to avoid a runoff, with 94% of polling stations counted the political heir of outgoing President Rodrigo Chavez had captured 48.3% of the vote compared to Ramos' 33.4%, according to the Supreme Electoral Tribunal. I love the name Tribunal, if anything. It fucking immediately terrifies me. The Living Tribunal. And for those of you that don't know, it became more popular because of Loki, but look at this shit, man. Hard as fuck. This one. There you go. Yeah, the see no evil, speak no evil. Although I was thinking about getting this tattooed. But I'd want to do it with different characters of the original Planet of the Apes. Mateos and Mateos. Hold on. Ah. Where is it? This one? I have to chat. I have to. Nothing tops classic Simpsons, bro. Nothing. It's I don't give a fuck. I grew up with it. I even watched it in Spanish. Homero. With this right here.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas.
Too fucking good. Too fucking good. Okay. Prize possession over here. Hold on. Look at this. I'm like an old man. Look at these prime conditions. If I could get them in cassette tapes, I would have. God damn, bro. It's time for a rewatch. I know some people have like a tradition where every like Thanksgiving or you know, like Veterans Day or something where you get the day off. You know, they watch a movie. A homie of mine isn't even like a huge Godfather fan, but every Thanksgiving he'll rewatch The Godfather. Dude, original Planet of the Apes, so fucking good. It just, I watched it at such a perfect age that like, it just the social commentary, all this shit that it supposedly represents. Like, you don't know, when I was a kid and I watched it, I stayed up late watching that shit. It was like, it was airing like fucking past midnight during summer. And I stayed up mad fucking late and I was watching exhausted. And I watched every single one because every night was you know, it was going in order. And then when Caesar chooses his name, right? And I was just like, fuck yeah. Anyways, all right. It's dope. Watch them. They're fucking amazing. They're so good. I haven't watched like the new ones after the Tim Burton one. And after I watched the James Franco one. And after those two, I'm like, all right, I'm not even gonna give the Andy Serkis ones any opportunity because I've been so gravely disappointed. I heard good things about it. I'm afraid that they might lean in too much into the action rather than, you know, the significance of the story being told instead. But yeah, I don't know. I'm telling you, I was at the ripe age, and I've always been a little bit of a nerd, so whatever. Rock me, Dr. Sayers. All right. Enough of old people talk. Let's get back to this. As soon as the first results were announced, members of Fernandez Sovereign People's Party erupted in celebration around the country, waving blue, red, and white striped Costa Rican flags. Viva Rodrigo Chavez, some cheered in a nod to Fernandez's mentor. Appearing, hold on. Is this like the evil parallel version of fucking AMLO and Scheinbaum? That's fucking hilarious. Write the comic. I want them squaring off. That's the rivalry we need. Appearing via video link at her party's official election night gathering in the capital San Jose Fernandez, 39 thanked Chavez for giving her the confidence to be president-elect of Costa Rica and said his legacy was in good hands. She vowed to fight tirelessly to ensure Costa Rica continues on the path of economic growth, freedom, and above all, the progress of our people. The country of 5.25 million people, famous for its white sand beaches. I mean, I guess they didn't mention their fucking food, so that's a victory. As long, oh, by the way, Peruvian ceviche, cabrones. Oh, damn. Hold on. No, it's ceviche. Wait. Holy fucking shit. Look, I'll always say it. If you got better food than like if your fucking slash whatever dish is better than like whatever fucking Mexican dish, I'm going to give you credit. I'm not going to fight you over it. I don't have, my palate has no nationalist sentiment. All right. My fat ass just wants the best food available to me. I'll be a fucking vende patria any day for a great fucking meal. So I've always said that by themselves, broadly speaking, Central American tamales are better than Mexican tamales by themselves. Now, once you add a little cafecito or what have you, I think the Mexican tamales takes it. But by themselves, they're too dry to truly enjoy. You need a liquid with them. Central American tamales are top fucking tier. You throw in an olive in that fucking shit. You got me. You got me. I've had the opportunity to make them, you know, from scratch by hand. So this ceviche is, or I can make an argument, right, to kind of to be a little patriotic, a little nationalist, and say, hey, you know what, Mexican tamales, you know, they're, you know, especially the sweet ones, you know, they might be able to edge out fucking other tamales or what have you. You know, we'll be in there. We'll fight a little bit. This isn't even fucking close, bro. This isn't even fucking close. If you have not tried it, do yourselves a goddamn favor. No es cierto. Say it ain't so. Look, let me know where you're at. Let me know where you're from. If there's another fucking was it the lion one or whatever? What was it? It was so fucking good, bro. And then they have these it's maíz, right? And I don't know if they bake them or something like that, but it's almost like corn nuts, but not like overly like crunchy. Oh, it's tiger's milk. That's funny. Blah, blah, blah. So fucking good. Clásico whitefish mixto. I think it might be the leche de tigre. Maybe. Let me see. What color is it? No, okay, it's not this one. The one I was looking at was more closer to this one. The color, at least. Anywho, yeah, the color was like this. Oh, it's sweet potato leche de tigre. That makes fucking perfect sense, bro. God damn. Do yourself a fucking favor. Find your local Peruvian spot and just swim in this shit, bro. Swim in it because it's so delicious. All right. Refocusing. And you know what? I was behaving, so I didn't have a beer with it. So I'm sure that with a cold beer, some ceviche. Look, I embrace sobriety, do your thing. Especially hot summer, some ceviche, some fucking oysters. Give me that fucking cholesterol, baby. We're gonna do it. You know? Peruvian food does go fucking crazy. Although I will say this, and look, I'm honest with y'all. I'm not trying to kiss ass over here. I don't fuck with the French fries with the steak. I don't like that. But I've always, even when I'm talking about steak, I've always preferred mashed potatoes or a loaded potato, right? I've never been a fan of fries, like actual fries, and like part of a larger meal that isn't a fucking hamburger. You get me what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm weird like that, but it's just I don't know. I feel like a little kid. I'm like, give me my fucking chicken tenders at that point. Yeah. It's sweet potatoes fucking so fucking good. All right. All this because they're sandy beaches. That's hilarious. The country of 5.2 million people, famous for its white sandy beaches, has long been seen as an oasis of stability and democracy in Central America. But in recent years, it has gone from transit point to logistic hub in the global drug trade. You know what's funny? For me, Costa Rica, in my mind, maybe because of the sandy beaches, has always been like, it just in my head, I always, growing up, that it was part of the Caribbean. And I know there's a whole ass, conversation about that, but it's just, I legit thought that it was like in the Caribbean when I was younger. I always thought that was funny. I can't do it, man. I don't know. It feels weird. Okay. Where are we at? Drug trafficking by Mexican and Colombian cartels has seeped into the local communities, fueling turf wars that have caused the murder rate to jump from 50% the past 6 years to 17 per 100,000 inhabitants. Fernandez cites the iron fisted Salvadorian president Bukele, who has locked up dozens of suspected gang members without charge, as an inspiration on how to tackle crime. Bukele was the first foreign leader to congratulate her. Fernandez's wins confirms a rightward lurch in Latin America, where conservatives have ridden anger towards corruption and crime to win power in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, and Honduras. Chavez plucked Fernandez from relative anonymity to serve as planning minister and chief of staff. Oh, she's a puppet. You know, that's the fucking drop that I need next. Your puppet. That's the drop that I need. As a good fucking she connects.
I'll do funny things if you want me to. I'm your puppet. I'm yours to have and to hold.
All right. I want to start thinking about her. Okay. Ooh, fuck. I haven't had a good bowl of lentils in a minute, bro. Underrated. All right. Chavez plucked Fernandez from relative anonymity to serve as planning minister and chief of staff. In a conversation with her on Sunday night, Chavez said he was confident that under her leadership, there would be neither dictatorship nor communism. These motherfuckers never denounce fascism. It's fucking hilarious. Chavez presided over a sharp rise in violence, but avoided blame by pointing to... How fucking convenient. Okay. By pointing the finger to the judiciary, saying it was too soft on crime. I don't care about supporters. Whatever, I'll read it. We'll read it. It's quick. Costa Ricans also voted for members of the 57-seat Legislative Assembly on Sunday. Fernandez detractors fear she will try to change the constitution to allow Chavez to return as president after her 4-year mandate ends. Under the current constitution, he is barred from seeking re-election until he has been out of power for 8 years. The former president, Oscar Arias, winner of the 1987 Nobel Peace Prize, warned on Sunday that the survival of democracy was at stake. The first thing dictators want to do is to reform the constitution to stay in power, he said, alluding to Chavez. Fernandez has said she is committed to upholding Costa Rican's democratic tradition. The drug trade has sucked in the high-density informal settlements of cities such as the capital, San Jose, where shootouts between rival drug gangs are increasingly frequent. Fernandez has vowed to complete construction of a maximum security prison modeled on Bukele's brutal terrorism confinement center. She has also promised to siphon prison sentences and to impose a Bukele-style state of emergency in areas worst hit by crime. Oh, fuck, man. 3 months ago. Shit. I gotta keep tabs on this one. Oh, man. Girl boss. Fuck yeah. Si se puede, ladies. Fucking A. All right. So here we go. Oh, we're doing a whole ass. Yeah. We'll knock it out. We're doing a whole ass Latin American trip over here. Although I'm gonna cut out the Mexican thing. I'm gonna do it. For those of you who don't know, just briefly, and maybe I'll go over it this another time. Madrid leader tribute to the conquistador Hernán Cortés shakes up Mexico City politics. Isabel Díaz Ayuso is on a tour of Mexico where she was warmly received by fellow conservatives but labeled a fascist by the governing party. The event is viewed as a provocation, just as Mexico and Spain were patching up bilateral relations. They came to to salute, to honor Cortés way. The Mexican right wing offers lukewarm support to Isabel Díaz Ayuso. The controversy over the speech about the conquest cools the rapprochement between the president of Madrid and the governors of the Conservative Party. So fucking hilarious. Is there a quote here? Let's see. Monday's tribute to Hernán Cortés continues to dominate the conversation days later, and no one in the opposition to Claudia Sheinbaum's government has shown any willingness to embrace this rhetoric, which doesn't resonate in Mexico as it does in Spain. Wednesday's stop in Aguascalientes threatened to be the Madrid leader's closest approach to the Conservative Party, the PAN, a historical ally of the PP. But the growing controversy surrounding the conquest event has dampened enthusiasm of the four PAN governors who have avoided publicizing the meeting or, in some cases, have remained silent. Just comadres. As is the case with Mauricio Cori of Querétaro. Jesus. The date during which Ayuso was to receive awards from both the local Congress and the City Council took a turn for the worse as the morning progressed. The small group of citizens who had confronted her at the entrance of the first events, which proceeded without incident, had grown slightly larger as they moved to the second, where the day took a turn for the worse for the Madrid native. The intrusions of local politicians from the Sheinbaum's party, the leftist Morena, with a banner against the PAN government, just as the president of Madrid was about to deliver her speech, shattered any illusion that the territory dominated by the right would welcome her with open arms. That's fucking hilarious. No tenemos agua. Look, señora, como siempre, con mucho amor. But this is funny as fuck, because this happens to all of us. Or you think you got the sign down, and you're like, no, Bobby, fucking end. Oh, and then you're like, holy shit, I ran out of space. I ran out of fucking space. And so the question is, not the question, but the thing is, you got to practice. You got to get your fucking, what do they call that? What are those courses that they give you? It's not penmanship. It's an actual course. A lot of the fucking who's take it because of like penmanship. What's it called? Not fucking acrylics. You know what I'm talking about. Calligraphy. Thank you, chat. Thank you so much. Calligraphy. Yes. Calligraphy. That's what it is. Bro. Y'all are so lucky. I have very little to no artistic ability, or I'd be vandalizing public property left and right with a spray can and a marker. Real Longo, thank you so much, man. I just found your stream after seeing your ignorant comment on the Soy Pill video. Soy Pill's an interesting character, man. I think Soy Pill's fucking funny, bro. Soy Pill is like Hassan Piker if Hassan Piker wasn't a complete fucking opportunist. Somebody who I still disagree with, but at least seems like genuinely trying to learn shit. Just surrounded by the worst fucking people. And for the record, the ignorant comment was that I just literally said, hey, the Zionist project is a European settler colonial project. And then somebody responded to me by saying like, oh yeah, well, why is it that most of the population there are Middle Eastern or what have you, right? And I'm like, yeah, bro, and the United States is a country of immigrants. Okay, who founded it? European colonizers. Cinnabon says, outline in pencil first. Cinnabon's doing the fucking work. Cinnabon's got all the protest signs. Whether it's the, you know, what is it? It's the No Kings Parade. Cinnabon was just sign after sign. 2 hours in already. Yep. All right. No, that do it in pencil first is smart. I never thought about that. I just kind of eyeball it. I just eyeball it. I just kind of eyeball it. Yeah, it was me. Are Mizrahi Jews just a joke to you? A colonizer's a colonizer, homie, and you still haven't answered my question. Who founded the Zionist settler colonial project? Baby boy. We don't fucking play around here, dog. We don't fucking play. We do the road work. All right, back to it. Oh, this is funny. I gotta hear this. Hold on.
La presente y la solemnidad del acto que requiere, regidora Marta Márquez, le hago un llamado, por favor, a comportarse.
Bro, they told her to behave because she had the sign out. Marta Márquez, que es rigadora. She's morenista, but like reigning maybe. Let's see, regidora in English. Councilwoman. Ooh, I did not know that. That's a good one. I did not know that, bro. My Spanish is not to that level, bro. Again, not my question about who were the first to invade Palestine. My question was, who were the founders, the Zionist entity?
I'm afraid of like talking to people.
Appreciate it.
Who are outside of my race.
Okay, so Marta Marquez. We said councilwoman? Is that what we said? Or congresswoman? Kind of forgot. Not gonna lie. Hold on. History. Councilwoman, yes. Morenista interrupted la entrega de las llaves. That's weird. So de las llaves de Aguascalientes. Oh, so they were giving her like the fucking key to the fucking city. Those Spaniard is fucking wild, bro. Motherfuckers had to fight for it before.
Pueden tomar sus lugares. Para el desahogo del sexto punto del orden del día, se le concede el uso de la voz a la señora Isabel Díaz Ayuso.
Oh, so they escorted her out?
Regidora.
The crowd is saying, like, get out, you're embarrassing us.
Regidora, hacerle por favor la petición de que ocupe su lugar establecido en este cabildo. Por favor, regidora, pase a su lugar. Regidora, por favor, solicitar.
Also, and I'm not trying to be a creep, but like she looks good in the sense that like everybody else is dressed in black. You know, these fucking reactionary fascists are all fucking mundane fucking colors. Mira. Con rojo, colores vivos. You know what I mean? Like little shit like that. You're like, yeah, bro, like stand the fuck out.
Que pase a su lugar que se le ha dado en este cabildo.
Look at this fucking Spaniard over here. Hell yeah, bro. Mírala, cabrona. Ay, chinga tu madre, güey. Twitch meme. Nah. Oh, that she had the Ultra Instinct on, bro. She had the Ultra Instinct. No shot. No fucking shot. The Ultra Instinct kicked in. Holy shit. Who has she been training with, bro? Clean, clean. Mira esa pendeja, güey. No way. Why she had to be brown? God damn it. The periphery got her, bro. Look at it. Oh, caught her. She thought she was slick. Boom. Boom. About to break her fucking ankles, homie. On my way. 3v1? 3v1, bro? That is wild. No, I'm going to say it's 4v1. I'm going to say it's going to be 4v1. And she's like, I'm still fucking here, bro. Hell yeah. Oh, when she grabbed the mic, she's like, fuck that shit. All right, let's hear what Shaibon has to say.
De la presidenta de la comunidad, ¿con quién estuvo? Para quienes no conocen, ¿cuál es su primer nombre?
She said, for those of you that don't know, and then she fucking big sistered her. What's her name? What was her name? Flexing on her, bro.
De ella. Isabela Ayuso.
Nah, that was good, bro. She's like, for those of you that don't know, what was her name? And then the crowd's like, Isabela. And then she's like, oh yeah, Isabela. Yeah, her. Small fry. Yeah, her. Uh-huh.
¿Cuál es su cargo?
Twice. She's like, what's her name? She goes, what's her position? Because I'm the president. I don't know what the Spaniard, I don't know what their title is. All right.
Presidenta de la Comunidad Autónoma de Madrid, es electa, fue elegida. Ella es una de las representantes de la derecha.
Okay, so she's like the representative of Madrid, the president of Madrid. Of the Shaibon's calling her the right. Derecha.
De España.
From Spain.
¿Qué declaraciones, por ejemplo, ha hecho?
What type of declarations has she made? This is how you know Ro is just fucking delusional. We're over here talking about the rise of the right within Latin America. We're over here talking about Spaniards being Spaniards, glorifying Cortés, Morena resisting, and you're over here talking about a topic that isn't even being discussed today. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. Wait your turn. I don't know. Fucking stick around. I already gave you too much attention. But we're actually discussing other subjects right now, which I'm sure you have nothing to say about the rise of reactionaries throughout Latin America.
Que eso de los programas de bienestar, no. ¿Cómo se le va a regalar dinero a la gente?
Yeah, that she came out making statements against like social welfare programs. Of course, like kind of mocking her, saying, no, how are you going to give money to the people?
¿Qué otras declaraciones ha hecho?
What other declarations
no,
have she made?
Hay que reconocer a Hernán Cortés.
Well, we have to acknowledge Cortés.
¿Cómo es posible que no se reconozca a Hernán Cortés?
how is it possible that we're not recognizing Hernán Cortés?
Estos indios que necesitaban civilizarse.
These indigenous people that needed to be civilized.
Entre otras muchas declaraciones. Entonces vino a
Amongst other declarations that she made.
México por 10 días. Tiene derecho a venir a México. México es libre.
So she decides to show up to Mexico for 10 days, and she has every right to visit. Mexico's a free place.
Nadie debe oponerse a que ella venga. Tiene toda
No one should oppose to her coming here. She has every right to visit.
la libertad de, como cualquier persona del mundo y de México, tiene libertad para venir a hablar, a dar conferencias. México es libre.
Just like any other person in the world, she has the right to come and give conferences or speeches. Mexico's a free place. Anyone can, participate in this.
Puede tener libertad. Eso no quiere decir que no haya debate.
This, however, doesn't mean that there's not going to be a debate about, the statements that she's making.
Sobre lo que dice. Pues nosotros no le cerramos la puerta a nadie.
But we're not going to close the door to anyone.
Ella tiene derecho a estar aquí, pero es importante saber qué dice y con quién se reúne. Es importante saber qué dice y con quién se reúne.
It is important, however, to be aware of what she's saying and who she's uniting with. The silence is deafening.
¿Y quién la trajo?
And who brought her? And look, this is what I'm saying, and this is what I was mentioning earlier. So this nationalist movement that Morena is carrying out, and whatever criticism we may have of them, is prioritizing the Mexican people, broadly speaking. Again, National Socialism, it's still a settler colonial project, all these things true, but there's still, this tension with Spaniards, with the Spanish. And we're seeing how Europe is embracing, their fucking fascist roots. So if you're going to show up to Mexico, same thing with Trump, right? Talking about invading, doing this and that. You're going to meet resistance in a way that you haven't met it before because of the inspiration that Morena has given the Mexican people. And so if you're showing up and literally the party in charge, Morena, right? To be brown, right? Sheinbaum's a little bit lighter in tone. Beige, if you want to make the argument. AMLO, a very brown man. Things like that, right? And Morena, all these things. Both of them have embraced, for better or for worse. Again, a different, deeper conversation to be had about the indigenismo, that nationalist push in Mexico. Yes, okay. Very much true. But what I'm getting at is because of the sentiment behind it and the pride behind it. If you're Spanish and you're going to come over here and talk about we have to be honoring the Spaniards, Hernán Cortés, who civilized the indigenous people, while most Mexicanos see themselves as, mestizos or partly indigenous. Again, complicated conversation. Right now, not what I want to focus on, or not the point of these events. But the same way that if Trump were to invade, he'd meet nationalist resistance like never before because of the disillusionment that the Mexican people had with PAN and PRI. Now, with the Spaniard coming over here and talking shit like this, you're going to have a real fucking problem, especially because if you're part of the people, and this is what Sheinbaum is hinting at, if you're part of the people that she's uniting with and the part of the people that brought her here for this tour, then the masses are going to see you aligning with an invader or colonizer, right? And this is why in the article that I don't know if it's this one or the one that we were reading earlier, because I think the three of them are from El País, and they were all written around the same time. This is why a lot of the politicians, once they noticed that people were pushing back and Morena politicians were unwilling to just be quiet like a Democrat would, a lot of the people started distancing themselves from this fucking what's his lady's name, Isabel Diaz, because they're like, oh fuck, okay, this is no longer the vibe that Mexico is going for. Because for a long time, and I mean, it's still present, but again, Morena's doing a lot to change that culturally, that embrace. You would see a lot of these fucking vendidos want to associate or affiliate or identify themselves with their Spanish ancestry, right? Again, the embrace of the casta system. And yes, 100%, I've talked about the erasure of Afro-Mexicanos, especially like in the southern parts of Mexico. Which again, Latinidad is a erasure of indigenous and Afro Latinos, or what we're calling Afro Latinos in general. In Spain, don't even talk about the conquest of Mexico, just a small statue of Cortés in his hometown, but they always talk about the Incas and Pizarro. I didn't know that. I haven't been. I have no fucking reason to go visit Europe, bro. I mean, again, just coming back from, you know, union business in DC, I was telling her, this was never on my bucket list. What the fuck do I want to visit DC for, right? Now I know there's good food, cool people, awesome. But in terms of like monuments or shit like that, I don't give a fuck, bro. Now I know y'all got some greenery out there. It looks like you have some dope trails. I got recommended some trails to hit, so I was like, all right, cool. Like now I have a reason. Apparently yesterday y'all were telling me that there's some dope waterfalls out there. Cool. Now I have a reason to go. Now I know a couple good, you know, spots to eat. Awesome. Dude, on the last fucking day, the last meal I had there was this like really cute Mediterranean spot. I had a barbecue. I'm not even a fan of barbecue, bro. A barbecue lamb and shit. Falafel, bro. Just perfect. That, and I matched it with, because you know I'm a big coffee drinker, this chai dirty latte, but I forgot what the name was in front of it. Holy shit, bro. So fucking good. I wish I didn't eat so much I could have another one of them. It was delicious. I'm a fucking fat ass, bro. Like I travel to eat. Maybe a museum or two. We were able to hit the, is it the fucking, not the Smithsonian. Oh yeah, it is the Smithsonian, right? That was nice. That was cool. But it's like, bro, like I'm tired. I'm trying to get some shut eye. I'm not trying to do this touristy stuff. Because a lot of the events, or a lot of the things that we're doing were early in the morning, so you would have your afternoon fairly free. But I don't give a shit about that, bro. The southeastern US is green. That's the one thing I miss living in Cali. One of the West Coast, you have to have money to access green spaces on a regular basis. The South is just green. Okay. That is crazy, bro. I did not. I don't know, maybe because I just grew up eating meat. I don't know. Hey, dope. Cordon. Yo, appreciate the content. Catching my first stream from South Africa. Pleasure to have you on the Deculturation live chat. Appreciate it. Most people in Spain are normal. The right-wing nationalists are the ones who believe on the leyenda negra, the whole we didn't do anything wrong. I didn't even know that's what they called it. That's hilarious. I will say that sounds like a dope ass fucking name for luchador. Oh, I do wonder if there's a, let's see. Sorry, this hit my head. Jose Casas Ruiz is a Mexican professional wrestler and professional wrestling trainer working in Lucha Libre AAA worldwide under the ring name Negro Casas. He is the son of former wrestler turned referee Pepe Casas, a part of the large. Oh, wow. Okay. I wonder who this is. Sorry, this got in my head right here right now. All right, we were doing good, and then I got distracted. Interesting. One of my favorite childhood memories, y'all, is going to like a lucha libre fucking event in Mexico. The Black Legend, Leyenda Negra, or the Spanish Black Legend, is a purported historiographical tendency which consists of anti-Spanish and anti-Catholic propaganda. Its proponents argue that its roots date back to the 16th century when Spanish European rivals were seeking by political and psychological means to demonize the Spanish Empire, its people, and its culture, minimize Spanish discoveries and achievements, and counter its influence and power in the world affairs. About time somebody said it, bro. I've been saying this shit since day one, bro. As a Roman Catholic of Spanish descent myself. Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a conspiracy. I knew the hatred was unfounded. According to the theory, Protestant propaganda, fucking tell me about it, bro. Published during the Hispano-Dutch War and the Anglo-Spanish War against Catholic monarchs of the 16th century, fostered an anti-Hispanic bias among subsequent historians. Don't I know it? Along with distorted view of the history of Spain and the history of Latin America. Other parts of the world in the Portuguese Empire were also affected as a result of the Iberian Union and Luso-Dutch Wars, although some 17th century propaganda was based in real events, some from the Spanish colonization of the Americas, some of which involved atrocities. The mainstream academia around the Leyenda Negra suggests that it often employed lurid and exaggerated depictions of violence and ignored similar behavior by other powers. Everyone was doing it, bro. What the fuck? Settle down. Although most scholars agree that the term Black Legend might be useful to describe 17th and 18th century anti-Spanish propaganda, there is no consensus on whether the phenomenon persists in the present day. A number of authors have critiqued the use of Black Legend idea in modern times to present an uncritical image of Spanish Empire colonial practices, the so-called White Legend. I'm gonna rename my fucking YouTube channel. Clearly. I am not presenting myself the way that that I should. Bro, hey, real fucking question. Has Nick Fuentes engaged with this shit? Because this is fucking hilarious, man. The Spanish did nothing wrong. Yeah, man. Yo, fucking Mel Gibson probably edited this fucking wiki over here. All right, where are we? Let's listen a little bit of this.
Hoy venimos a celebrar esto, el mestizaje.
You see what I'm saying? I hate it here, man. I hate it here. Today we are here to celebrate this. And then he points, I don't know, to the people, the crowd, or the Mexican flag. We're here to celebrate mestizaje. Jesus Christ, bro.
Venimos a celebrar esto, el mestizaje. Y venimos a celebrar el mestizaje.
We're here to celebrate mestizaje because.
Porque que lo celebramos aquí todas las noches en Malinche. Porque celebrar el mestizaje es celebrar México.
Because to celebrate mestizaje is to celebrate Mexico.
Es decir, México es un producto del mestizaje. Si no hubiera
That is to say that Mexico is a byproduct of mestizaje.
habido mestizaje, no habría México.
If there wasn't mestizaje, there would be no Mexico.
invitamos a las máximas autoridades de México, a la presidenta Sheinbaum.
And we ask or we call for the maximum authorities of Mexico, and he mentioned Sheinbaum.
A la cual le agradezco haber hecho la estatua Malinche. También es un error que hubo que corregir.
And then he mentions something about the statue Malinche. Do I have the book here with me? There's a book called, it's about La Malinche. And actually, spoiler alert a little bit, kind of. Oh, fuck. It should be right here, but it's going to be behind. Yes, my bookshelves are double stacked. I'm fucking shameless. Anywho. So the Malinche is something that I am going to talk about in my video on Cesar Chavez. La Malinche is, I guess the easiest way of saying this, like the way that Pocahontas is viewed in the United States is very similar to how La Malinche is viewed. Basically, if somebody calls you a Malinche, they call you like a traitor to your race, to your people, right? And the issue is that La Malinche was supposedly like the translator for Cortés, right? The problem there is there wasn't a single United Nations state. The Mexica were motherfuckers, not to promote this whole like, oh, these sacrifices like propaganda, but they were fucking active. They were active and they were fucking shit up, and they were definitely like they would use war as a means of control, and they demanded tributes, right? And so according to the history that I know, she and her family were victims of the Mexica. And so when she saw an opportunity to align with somebody who can overthrow the Mexica, of course, without understanding the barbarity of Europeans, of the Spanish, she aided them. And then we got what we got. And so a lot of people, you know, accuse her of being like the first traitor. Very, very reminiscent of the way that Eve is portrayed in the Bible. Well, Eve was the one that bit the apple and convinced Adam to do it. Yada yada. That kind of sexism built into, Abrahamic religions. You see a similar parallel to it. Don't ask me how I'm going to incorporate La Malinche into the story of Dolores and the survivors. It should be fairly obvious if you know about La Malinche, but it's definitely going to be an anchor in the intro to it. Again, a lot of these things I've already been working on. I just haven't shot them or edited the way that I want. Don't think I'm just over here fucking sitting on my ass. Yeah, man, I wish I had it here in hand. Give me one quick second. Let me try 2 times to find it. They're not even in order yet. And they're not even in fucking order yet, bro. This is La Malinche, the Mexican Literature from History to Myth by Sandra Messenger Cepes. Of all the historical characters known from the time of the Spanish conquest of the New World, none has proved more pervasive or controversial than that of the Indian interpreter, guide, mistress, and confidant of Hernán Cortés, Doña Marina La Malinche Malintzin, the mother of Cortés' son. She becomes not only the mother of the mestizo, but also the Mexican Eve, the symbol of national betrayal. I'm a slow reader, but I retain some of that shit. Very little documented evidence is available about Doña Marina. This is the first serious study tracing La Malinche in text from the conquest period to the present day. It is also the first study to delineate the transformation of this historical figure into a literary sign with multiple manifestations. Cepes includes such seldom analyzed texts as Irineo Paz, Amor y Suplicio and Doña Marina, as well as new readings of well-known texts like Octavio Paz, El Laberinto de la Soledad. Using a feminist perspective, she convincingly demonstrates how the literary depiction and presentation of La Malinche is tied to the political agenda of the moment. She also shows how the symbol of La Malinche has changed over time through the impact of social political events in the literary expression. Sandra Messenger is the professor of Romance Languages and Literature at the State University of New York, Birmingham. This is from the Texas Pan American series. Also of interest. No, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, you know, just a little bit. All right. Yes, yeah, died incredibly young. Yeah. Let's allow this fucking Spaniard fuck to finish.
Que hubo que corregir, el darle a Malinche a su sitio, y también es un error que hay que conseguir y que hay que corregir, darle su sitio a Cortés, porque sin él no estaría México.
I think he says something like it's also a mistake to like not resurrect the statue of Hernán Cortés, because without him there'd be no Mexico. What the fuck?
Sin Cristo no estaría el cristianismo. Sin...
Comparing Cortés to Christ by saying like there's like without Christ there wouldn't be something. I can't make out what he's saying. Both the audio and his accent are throwing me off.
Estaría México. Sin Cristo no estaría el cristianismo. Sin Cortés no tendríamos México. Eso es así. Te guste o no te guste.
So without Christ, without Hernán Cortés, there would be no Mexico. I think he says that without Jesus Christ, we wouldn't be here or something like that. And then he says, that's the reality of things, whether you like it or not.
Simplemente nosotros queremos agradecer a la persona que hizo esto posible porque nos...
Just very simply, we just want to thank the person who made this all happen. Fucking A, bro. Disgusting fucking people, man. I don't even know. I gotta be careful when I'm rolling down over here. Anywho. Where were we? Yeah.
Porque andan presumiendo alcaldes, alcaldesas, gobernadores de la oposición.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was saying. Apparently he's saying that without Christ, no Christianity, without Cortés, no Cortexicans. Hey, look, I'll just tell you this. There's a lot of Cortexicans in Texas, is all I'm going to say. What was the event? The event was to honor Hernán Cortés. What do you mean, bro? Oh, so Clyde Schreiban says that basically the council people that were associating themselves with the Spaniard are part of the opposition.
Fotos con ella.
Taking photos with her and such.
Entonces, ¿qué quiere decir? Pues que piensan como ella, ¿no?
Which means what? That they, meaning the opposition, think like her. Man, no wonder they got real fucking quiet.
Creo que es el momento de dejar de comprar la versión siempre acomplejada del choque, el enfrentamiento.
I think it's about time that we abandon, what is it, the complex history? Hold on. I know we're in this rabbit hole. This is why I didn't want to cover the story today. Where are we at? We're at 2:30? All right. Hold on. This is good. This is some good shit. Hold on.
Creo que es el momento
I believe it is a time
de dejar de comprar la versión siempre
to abandon the version,
acomplejada del
the complicated version of
choque, el enfrentamiento y las supuestas conquistas
of the confrontation, the shock, the alleged colonization,
para estar unos y otros divididos constantemente con las gafas del pasado.
oh, that are consistently keeping us separated, the things of the past, the events of the past, separating us. Don't you love colonizers? Let bygones be bygones. These are things that happened in the past. Were you there? I wasn't there. Why? Just let it go. Just let it go. Let it happen. You know, we can move on. Let's move on. Let's look forward. Let's not look back.
Y sobre todo, para que la gente no
And above all, so that the people
tome responsabilidad ninguna sobre qué tiene que hacer en el presente y especialmente en el
so that people don't have to take responsibility for
futuro.
Hold on. For these things of the past and focus on the future? Hold on.
Tiene que hacer en el presente y especialmente la gente no tome responsabilidad ninguna sobre qué tiene que hacer en el presente y especialmente
Oh, so that no one today has to be held responsible for the things of the past in the present, and especially for the future.
en el futuro. ¿Cómo puede ser que 5 siglos más tarde
How is it possible that 5 centuries later,
los que estamos aquí compartamos unos mismos apellidos,
that the ones that are here can share the same last names? Bro. Can you imagine? Sorry, look, you all know I do not like to make like comparisons between like what black people have gone through specifically in so-called America because of chattel slavery. But in this sense, when it comes to last names, can you imagine some fucking wasp giving a speech saying, look, we all share last names out here, don't we? What the fuck? With no self-awareness, no acknowledgement of why that fucking is, bro. Of why that I wonder how that happened. Holy shit. I wonder how that came about. Huh. Isn't it just beautiful how love triumphed and we're all sharing last names? Wow, unity. It's like we're all one big happy family if you think about it.
un mismo idioma, una misma religión.
God, why did I click on this? Not only do we share the same last names, but we also happen to share the same language. Yeah, would you look at that? We also share the same religion. Oh my goodness. What are the odds? Would you look at that? We have so much in common. Why can't we just get along? Oh my goodness. Bro. Oh man. What are we fighting over, bro? Same last name, same language, same religion. It looks like we have more in common than we have different. We should be happy for that.
Estamos aquí, compartamos unos mismos apellidos, un mismo idioma, una misma religión. Yo pienso que solo es a través del amor posible.
No, holy, she literally said it. Holy shit, I was fucking around. Yo pienso, I think that this only occurs, solo es a través, it's only through love. Only through love is this possible. God, what the fuck, man? I was just joking. I was just kidding. I had not seen this before. Holy shit. What the fuck? This was only possible through love. We don't hate them enough. We don't fucking hate them enough, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. It's you can't even make a parody out of these fucking people anymore, bro.
Porque es el idioma o la religión, uno de los vínculos más fuertes que se tiene en la familia.
And her reason why she believes that love was able to accomplish these things is because religion or language is one of the strongest vehicles that unites a family. Because we're, like I said, we're just one big happy family.
Es donde se transmiten estos valores.
It is how you communicate or transfer, pass down values.
Por tanto, siglos más tarde, si hemos llegado hasta aquí, compartiendo todo esto, uno se tiene que preguntar, ¿qué no darían otras sociedades? ¿Qué no darían otras culturas por tener lo que nosotros tenemos?
So if this has all been occurring for centuries, it makes you think that what would other societies, other cultures, what would they be willing to give up or do to have this type of cultural unity that we have?
Que podamos tener tantos artistas, escritores,
Oh, brother.
hasta recetas culinarias.
That we can have so many artists, so many writers, and even culinary recipes.
Historias a los dos lados del Atlántico.
History, sorry. That we can have artists, writers, and like culinary recipes and histories reflecting each other shared across the Atlantic.
Y saber que cuando un español viene a México está en casa y cuando un
I fucking hate her so much. Oh, and you know what I hate the most is that she's trying this whole sweet thing. She's like, isn't it just wonderful? Oh, golly gee. It just love wins every time. God damn, bro. All right, my machismo's coming out. All right. But she's saying it's beautiful, it's wonderful, whatever, that when a Spaniard goes to Mexico, he feels at home. And of course, when a Mexican goes to Spain, they feel right at home too, right?
mexicano va a España, y también a Madrid, por supuesto, está en casa. Eso es una maravilla que tenemos que seguir potenciando.
This is a wonderful thing that we need to continue to potenciando, like take advantage of its potential.
Frente a esos discursos del rencor, del odio, del agravio.
And these conversations, this discourse about rencor, resentment, el odio, hatred, del agravio, which is the aggravated, or not the aggravated, what's the word, like the agravio, like the one that has been like attacked, or the one that's been aggressed upon, I guess would be like the closest thing I can think about right now. Grievanced. All right, our grievance, yeah. The grieving one, yeah.
Nosotros somos los que defendemos las catedrales, las universidades, los colegios, los hospitales, las plazas mayores, esos puntos de encuentro.
And then randomly brings up that they're the ones defending like universities, schools, hospitals, and the fuck? Okay. That was random.
Por eso también les traemos un mensaje de hogar, efectivamente, porque
and this is why we bring a message of hogar, like home, hogar, it would be home, but why is she using it in that way? Hogar is home, but is there another secondary definition? Like a message from home? Is that what she means? Or like a homestead? Huh. I don't know how she... Por eso también, that is why we also bring you, traemos un mensaje, message de hogar. A message from home, I guess? That's weird. But it kind of makes sense, right? Because she's trying to like say like, oh, like Spain is your home.
Madrid, insisto, es su casa.
I should let her finish, because I insist that in Madrid, this is your home. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened?
Muy buenos días
Good morning.
María Laura Medina. Hay líderes de este continente que dicen que la gente tiene que ser pobre, porque
There are leaders in this continent that say that the people need to be poor.
eso no dejan de votarnos. El presidente Petro lo ha dicho en numerosas ocasiones, ahí tienen sus vídeos, están por todas
Talking shit about Petro. That the people need to remain poor for them to vote for us.
partes. Muchos líderes del llamado socialismo del siglo XXI son conscientes
A lot of leaders from the so-called socialism of the 21st century
de que, por tanto, no se trata de que haya personas que tienen oportunidades, sino de que haya mucha pobreza y unos pocos ricos a los que culpar de ella.
Okay, this is a whole other thing. I think I'm done with this. Yeah, basically saying that there's a lot of leaders claiming to be socialists who are interested in keeping people poor so that they could blame the few rich people that are wealthy. I don't fucking know, bro. Okay, anywho. Wow. The left-wing councilwoman bursts in with a banner, that's where we were starting, against the Aguascalientes government amid shouts from the audience and prevents the president of Madrid from beginning her speech. Yeah, so the sign says we have no water and stood next to the president of the community of Madrid just as she was about to begin her speech. Organizers attempted to continue the ceremony, but were unable to do so due to Marquez's persistence, and the audience tried to remove her, shouting, "Out, out, out." The incident escalated to the point that Paco Garcia, a member of the Madrid president's cabinet and a close confidant of Miguel Ángel Rodríguez, Ayuso's chief advisor, went to the podium to try to restrain the public representative, who resisted. Someone in the audience shouted, "Why is the Spaniard intervening? You don't go to events to disrupt them," Ayuso later said when she was finally able to speak. Despite the initial confusion, the target of the protest was not the Spanish president directly, but rather the PAN National Action Party government, against which the mayor launched her attack after local authorities granted her the floor for 5 minutes. "I regret that you have been used by a group of corrupt politicians," told the president of Madrid. "I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart that the best honor is consistency. Here, they are celebrating a person who isn't Mexican, while families in Aguascalientes are without water. We stand with the people. We will continue talking to the streets." Marta Marquez said regarding the commotion that was building in the auditorium. I mean, look, even if we're being like, there's a politician at the end of the day, genius fucking move, bro. No one is gonna side with the Spanish people that were, I mean, obviously the reactionaries that were never gonna vote for you. But this was genius. And again, the fit and everything, 10 out of 10, bro. 10 out of 10. Isabel Díaz Ayuso waited for the episode to end behind the curtains on one side, while the state governor, Tere Jimenez of the PAN party, or it's my turn to sing at the party. It happens. The PAN party remained seated in the central table. "We are Democrats," she simply said before giving the floor to a Morena party member who agreed to step down after her remarks, but not before addressing Ayuso one last time. Quote, "I hope that during her visit to Mexico, she will also meet other politicians of a different caliber and level who do respect human rights." The response from the audience came immediately afterward, like Roca, alluding to the Morena governor of Sinaloa, formerly accused by the United States last week of links to drug trafficking. While the mayor protested inside, a handful of citizens demonstrated outside, confronting Ayuso and accusing her of being a fascist. False accusations. Baseless, meaningless accusations. Leyenda Negra accusations. As she entered and left various venues. For first the State Congress, where she received a medal of recognition, and then the Municipal Theater. None of them remained by the end of the second event. The clashes reflect a powder keg that Mexico has become this week, with multiple internal and external conflicts reverberating in all directions. Ayuso's visit, highly controversial in itself, comes days after accusations were levied against Ruben Roca of the ruling party by Donald Trump's Department of Justice. Days earlier, it had come to light that the CIA collaborated without the knowledge of the Mexican government, with the state of Chihuahua governed by the PAN, a conservative party that has offered Ayuso lukewarm support. The president of the community of Madrid will meet with the governor of Chihuahua, Maru Campos and the rest of her counterparts this Wednesday. Bro, this is so fucking scary. Isabel Díaz Ayuso and Tere Jimenez at the Morelos Theater in Aguascalientes this afternoon. Bro, they look like... What the fuck? Did I get it? They look like fucking soccer moms, bro. Like, look, we made fun of Bukele looking like a Disney villain, but this is just regular ass fucking looking people, bro. I mean, soul is behind the eyes for sure. Barely any lips, but I mean, they're there. Hasta menos, güey. Che pendeja cabrona, güey. Like, come on, bro. She doesn't even see you as a fucking human being, dog. Well, who knows? Maybe she believes in the whole raza cósmica kind of bullshit. This is at least the second setback for Ayuso since arriving in Mexico the day before. The federal deputy from the Citizens Movement Party, who was on the same flight, confronted her after landing at the Aguascalientes airport and expressed his disapproval of the medal Ayuso was to receive this Wednesday in Congress. Quote, "It is important to recognize the abuse of the conquest." She also reproached her, referring to the tribute to the conquistador Hernán Cortés that she presided over on Monday in Mexico City, which continues to stir controversy and criticism on both sides of the Atlantic. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has downplayed the significance of the Madrid president's visit, but this Wednesday she labeled those organizing it as out of touch. "It's striking who is supporting her," she said, adding during her morning press conference. What I do want to do is watch this at least. Oh shit. Hold on. El chisme está bueno, güey.
Presidenta, aquí la verdad yo no estoy de acuerdo con el reconocimiento que le van a entregar. Yo sé que no es su culpa, se lo digo con mucho respeto.
That's some weak ass shit. She tells her, "Hey, I'm in total disagreement with the honoring that you're gonna do." Right? Is that what she said? The honoring of Cortés, right? She spoke pretty fast.
Aquí la verdad yo no estoy de acuerdo con el reconocimiento que le van a entregar. Yo sé que no es...
Oh, no. That she's in disagreement with the recognition that she's going to receive. Meaning the medal, right? The medal that was mentioned earlier.
Su culpa, se lo digo con mucho respeto. No sé.
I know it's not your fault, but I'm telling you this with immense respect, with all due respect.
Porque no hay, pues a usted le invitaron, pero sí creo que hay algunas...
Because they invited you, but I want to read this. Ayuso cree que los abusos, she believes that the abuses in las Américas, los cometía, that the abuses in the Americas that were committed by the Aztecs and the Mayas, that they were committed by the Aztecs and the Mayas, and that había que civilizar, that it was necessary to civilize the New World, the Nuevo Mundo, tras las palabras del rey sobre la conquista. So it was necessary to end. So in order, sorry. She believed that the abuses in the Americas were committed by the Aztecs and the Mayas, and that it was necessary to civilize them in the New World through the Word of God. That's what the conquista was carried out.
Expresiones que usted ha realizado contra las y los mexicanos con las que no estoy de acuerdo.
And the lady's telling her, like, yeah, I'm not in agreement with, or I disagree with the comments that you made about Mexico. Ayusa. So somebody, PSOE, I don't know, what does that acronym stand for? Exige, they demand that Ayusa, this lady, que deje de hablar, to stop to stop speaking en nombre on behalf of los españoles, the Spanish, para insultar a los mexicanos. So stop speaking on behalf of the Spanish to insult Mexicans. She does not represent us. No nos representa.
Pero los he insultado, los he ofendido.
Pues sí hay algunas...
México.
And the defense is, well, I haven't said anything offensive. It's not like I've said that Mexico is a bad place.
Pero sí hay algunas expresiones con la reivindicación de la conquista. Pues sí creo
She's like, no, you haven't said that, but you have glorified the conquest, colonization. Here's another one. God damn. The security in Mexico is worse than ever before. La seguridad de safety in Mexico is worse than ever before. Y nosotros, and them, I guess. Okay, so yeah. So basically saying, I hate the nosotros things, but whatever. She's saying, oh yeah, look. Safety in Mexico has never been worse. But meanwhile, they're over here demanding an apology from Spain. ¿Qué pasa con los pueblos de hoy? What's going on with the communities today? ¿Para qué piden la independencia durante dos? Why are they asking? What's going on with the states today? Why are they asking for independence for 200 years? If we're not, oh, okay. Why are they asking for independence for 200 years if they're not being responsible for their own actions, basically?
Creo que es importante reconocer los abusos. Sí, veníamos en el avión. No estoy de acuerdo como se ha expresado en las y los mexicanos. México con X.
Oh, I guess so. I didn't even know this. Hey, bro, I don't really interact with Spaniards. She literally tells her like you're spelling Mexico with a J, la G, no la G, ajá, sorry. No, yeah, it's G, right? Because J is J. I mean G. My bad. Anywho, instead of the X. And so she tells her Mexico is spelled with an X. Yeah, she's totally rage baiting. You caught that before we got that to the clip.
Porque hemos visto que lo escribe con J. Gracias.
Yeah, so she basically says like, no, like you, and they're over here, white people laughing, basically telling her like, nah, bro, like, I see you. You're trying to be slick, like continuously writing Mexico with the J. Yeah, she says con J, es con X.
Hemos visto que lo escribe con J. Gracias.
J is J. There you go. Yeah, she was very, very formal. I mean, very, very professional. I don't like it. Be a little bit more aggressive with these fascists.
Presiones con la reivindicación de la conquista. Pues sí, creo que es importante reconocer los abusos. Sí, veníamos en el avión.
But she says, yeah, I think it's important for you to recognize the abuses that the Spanish carried out. All right. Not bad. So yeah, we read a little bit about this. This is going a little bit longer than I thought, but it's low-key kind of fun to laugh at the Spanish fucking ridiculousness, man. This Monday was her turn to defend all those controversial positions in the heart of Mexico, and she did so. Ayuso attended the tribute to the 16th century conquistador Hernán Cortés alongside the mayor of the borough of Guatomet. Oh no, I don't need help with this one. Hold on. Bro, just give me the fucking answer, man.
Names from Mexico. Names. Moc. Cuauhtemoc. Pretty straightforward ones, you know.
Cuauhtemoc. I never heard it. Well, I've never read it, actually. Cuauhtemoc. Okay. Look. Just for a brief second. I would be a worse person if I took Nawa when I wanted to take it. And I would have known all this shit already. Okay. No, I knew who Cuauhtemoc was. I just never fucking read his name before. I definitely don't know how to read it out loud, I should say. Alessandra Rojo de la Vega of the conservative PAN party. Also in attendance were cultural figures such as the writer Juan Miguel Zunzunagüe and the musician Nacho Cano, who opened the event with a performance of his musical Melinche, Jesus, named after the Nahua woman who served as an interpreter and aide to Cortés. A mestizaje is a message of hope and joy, she said, using the word that alludes to the mix of European and indigenous American ancestry. Faced with hate speech that divided us, those of us who see life through this alliance must find ways to speak freely. What else did she say? After 70 years of cultural diplomacy between the two countries' governments to overcome the disagreements stemming from the colonial era, Ayuso has chosen to put her finger on the issue that had caused a freeze in bilateral relations. President Sheinbaum mentioned that the event with irony in her morning press conference, noting that the Spanish right's refusal to make concessions only adds value to the recent conciliatory gesture by the King of Spain and the leftist government of Pedro Sanchez. Mexico is in position itself as a key arena for international political alliances. Sheinbaum is raising her global profile and a few weeks ago attended a forum to seek a progressive alliance as an alternative to the interventionism of US President Donald Trump, with whom tensions have reached a fever pitch. Following the thaw in relations with Spain, Pedro Sanchez has become one of the natural allies, along with Colombia's Gustavo Petro and Brazil, Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva. Interesting. Interesting. Whoa. So this writer, Zun Wei, a writer and speaker that Ayuso has relied on in the past to support the argument that Spain should not apologize for the colonial era. Quote, I love it when they say genocide. So why did we build hospitals? Oh, because the church came to subjugate us. Then why did we build universities? He asserted. We are children of the greatest encounter in human history. Holy fucking shit, bro. Fucking A, man. God damn, bro. God damn, man. I can't let the small fries distract me from, like, God. Who is this? Alessandra Roja de Vegas. Bro. Let's see. So, the mayor of Cuauhtemoc, clearly in tune with the Madrid politician, delivered a speech in which she defended the historical figure of La Malinche. Quote, she didn't let her origins determine her destiny, she said. For many years in Mexico, calling a woman a Malinche was an insult, a traitor, a guilty one, the one who betrayed us, she remarked. Continuing to dwell on the past won't solve our present problems. I stopped looking for villains in history a long time ago. I prefer our roots because roots don't divide, they unite. Oh, so you stop looking at history, but you prefer your fucking roots? What is this blood and soil fucking bullshit? God, they want to be white so bad. God damn. Despite everything, Ayuso's arrival hasn't resonated much with the Mexican right. The PAN party has officially remained silent despite Rojo de la Vega's warm reception. The political left, on the other hand, has bristled at Ayuso's words. The parliamentary group representing the governing party, Morena, labeled Ayuso a fascist and an heir to the Spanish Falang. Oh, I don't know what this one is. A Spanish fascist movement that merged with the traditional right-wing elements in 1937 to form the ruling party, the Falang Española Tradicionalista, under General Franco. It was formally abolished in 1977. I should know that. One of Morena's leading intellectuals, Pedro Miguel, has submitted a formal request to the National Institute of Fine Arts for the exhumation of Hernan Cortés' remains, which are currently in Mexico, and their delivery to Díaz Ayuso or any Spanish agency or person who express an interest in receiving them. What the fuck? Why would he want to give them to them? That's weird. Later, the Madrid premier met with a friendlier audience at the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, whose president, Antonio Basagote, joked about the ever-growing community of wealthy Mexicans who have moved to upscale Madrid neighborhoods such as Salamanca. It's easier to run into a Mexican friend there than in Polanco, the equivalent district in Mexico City, he laughed, and Ayuso joked back and felt compelled to clarify, not just in Salamanca, in all of the neighborhoods. Ayuso's 10-day tour has also drawn criticism at home, where the opposition has accused her of neglecting her duties as regional premier and using Madrid's taxpayers' money for a nice little Mexican vacation. Madrid's Latino population surpasses 1 million. I don't know, bro. I have homies that fucking like save up money to go over there, bro. I mean, they're not homies. They're just co-workers. Union brethren. All right, I need to make sure the dog is solid. I'll be right back. I'm sorry that we spent way too much on that. What time is it? We're 3 hours in. All right, we're gonna have to cut back the HONDURASGATE for another time next week. It's a longer piece too. But then after that, we'll cover that. That's funny. This guy's a piece of shit. And then we'll cover this Brianna Joy Gray piece. Or just do a section of it. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button while you can. It is free. I'll be right back, y'all.
Came and he said, you know, within the FMLN, he said, I want to be president. That's not what the organization thought. They didn't think that was the right plan, that it was the right moment for him. And he became very angry about this. And he had this this, I guess, fight with someone within the structure. He offended a woman in a very violent way. And this is said to be ultimately what got him expelled from the party. And so he thought, this is perfect, right? I've been vilified by this party. I am loved by so many. Let me create my own party. And that is what he did. He created Nuevas Ideas. But at that time, he couldn't run under that party because it hadn't been officially instituted. So he ran under Gana. Gana is another party very similar to Arena. In fact, its leadership split from Arena and created Gana, right? But ultimately, what it was doing was continuing the plan of Arena, but with different leadership. So he ran under Arena. So imagine, or under Gana. So imagine from an ultra left wing party to a super right wing party. I mean, that if that doesn't scream what his real intentions were, I don't know what. But he he managed to hypnotize the masses, the people. But one of the and win the election in 2019. But one of the things that that people don't understand about elections in El Salvador is that for most of its history, the number of people that go out and vote in El Salvador is less than 50% of the population. Less than 50% of the population votes. So yes, in the last election, he may have said, well, 85% of the population voted for me, right? But I think only about 40% of the population went out to vote in this last election. And of that 40%, maybe 85% voted for him. But you also have to understand that this last election wasn't free of fraud, right? There were very fraudulent moves that occurred. I was out there on a delegation, and I was just shocked about the manipulation of the modes of communication. I was shocked about how, for the very first time in the history of elections, a political party took it upon itself to have all sorts of party propaganda right around the polling places, which is unconstitutional, but they still did that. And of course, the fact that he ran for a second term, and that's also constitutional. So in fact, Nayib Bukele is currently referred to as a de facto because his leadership is basically. And so, I mean, when he talked about cryptocurrency, that that to me showed how what he was doing was building I guess, a structure that protected his illegal doings within El Salvador's economy, right? I don't know if you've heard, but he's also connected to a lot of narco negocios business in the region. And so that is really what he was trying to protect when he instituted the cryptocurrency, which, by the way, was also a major sham for the people because a lot of money was stolen that belonged to the people. So, I mean, left and right, he's just been stealing public funds, and one of the latest is that he has really drained the pension system of El Salvador, to the point where people are barely receiving a pension, and that's just really heavy and sad. Could you imagine receiving $70 in pension for the month? It's just crazy. But here, I mean,
Yeah.
people worship him and love him because, again, it's this total management of, the modes of communication, social media. He has full ownership of all of that. So, of course, he's gonna spread only wonderful things about himself.
I was saying, what do you mean by that? That moratorium was like a pause. What do you mean a pause on the bastards of colonization?
And that's the thing. He's like an egomaniac. It's just so crazy to me.
Yeah. You mentioning his father, now I'm almost thinking of him almost as it's like Kamala Harris, her father is like a communist, like a Marxist professor, and it's like it doesn't matter like who your parents are. You could be a sellout. It doesn't matter.
It don't
Wow.
matter. Because at the end of the day, I feel like I teach, right? I also teach, and
All right, let's get back to it. Always, thank you, Carla. Let's get to this nonsense. Yeah, there was a Chicano moratorium. Yeah, but I never fucking understood what they meant by that either, bro. It's been a fucking decade since I dove into that shit. No, I remember there was like a Chicano thing about it. Yeah, literally 1970. All right. God damn it. All right.
Gaspar Luna Oliveira remembers the day vividly. Saturday, August 29th, 1970.
What was supposed to be a day of solidarity with families, having a get-together, having speakers and some entertainment, turned out to be a nightmare. It wasn't a people's riot. It was a police riot.
20 to 30,000 Chicanos protested in East LA against the disproportionate death rate of Mexican Americans in the Vietnam War. At the same time, Oliveira was president of the San Diego State University chapter of Mecha, the group focused on Latino pride and unity.
And so we organized a coalition, if you will, of Mechas in San Diego County, and probably over 1,000 of us went to LA.
The 1970 protests started peacefully but ended in violence. Hundreds of people were arrested and 3 people were killed, according to the Library of Congress. Oliveira's whole family was at the protest.
We formed a human chain. to keep the cops from beating up our families. It was.
All right, let's log back in. Hold on.
I see my students, and you know, as a person who's a little older, and you know, I've lived a little bit more, I have a little bit more experience, you want to share that knowledge with youth, and oftentimes youth rejects that, right? Because I don't know what it is, but when we're younger, we don't want to be told how to think or how to feel, right?
Yep.
And I feel that's kind of what you see through a lot of these people, a lot of these public figures, is just like a total rejection of those values that were passed on to you, you know, by your elders, and that's what I see in him, you know. So yeah, it makes
You
me think so many other things, but
no, I feel you.
but we
And
won't
it's
have time.
yeah, and it's also you know, sometimes I feel like those of us on the left, like we invest too much time on these individuals when we should really be focusing on the structures. Um, a little bit behind the curtains, or I should say, is you know, I asked you about the thumbnail, right? I'm like, hey, I'm just checking in with you. You know, how do you like it? And you're immediately like, which I love. It was just like, nope, I don't want to censor them because I had Trump and Bukele, and you're like, they get enough attention.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're absolutely right, you know. And like I said in the beginning of the stream, like I start my stream with cumbias usually, cumbias rebajadas, so it already filters out, you know, people wanting to just click on something quickly. So I'm not worried about the clicks. I think this is so important. Like the work that you do is so valuable. Again, thank you for being here. I'm so glad, you know, we made it happen. One of the things that I had to cover previously of El Salvador is, I believe he's the Minister of Agriculture, who basically is being accused of being like a Proud Boy member, right? But the reason why he got my attention, and connecting it to what you were saying, is, from my understanding, he basically like um, made these fraud websites of legitimate news outlets to mislead people. Uh, Basically, like if here some right wing group made it like a fake the New York Times or a fake like CNN in order to mislead the people. I don't know if you had heard about that, but I was like, wow, like these guys are really like full on uh false information nonstop. And at a certain point is, how can you blame people for being supportive if this is how far they're willing to go? Can you kind of touch on that a little bit, as well as the fact that it seems like the diaspora in every community tends to be a little bit more like reactionary, more conservative, and kind of, and their voting patterns reflect that. Um, so if you could please.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like El Salvador is the hub of misinformation. I mean, I know that several calling centers and tech centers exist in El Salvador simply to misinform the population through things like Twitter and Instagram, right? There are several people who have been hired to be trolls by Nayib and his, you know, his government. Because there are people, there is a social movement, a very active social movement that is, you know, constantly antagonizing.
Uh, yeah, just somebody got bit by a stingray. That's, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's regroup. They're getting medical assistance. Yeah. All right. Let's get to it. Let's hear this nonsense. Okay, This is where we're at. We watched some clips yesterday of Natalie, aka Contrapoints, on Bad Faith. She's already been crying online that the clips were taken out of context, that they were, you know, baiting views, all this stuff like that. Homie, that's the engagement game. Stop with this shit. Stop. Like that. Yes, that is part of getting people to go and watch the entirety of the conversation. Is that not what you want? Of course, you're gonna get the most attractive clips, the most attention grabbing clips, the most the ones that are going to cause the most discourse, so that people actually view the entire conversation. Why is that surprising you or whatever the fuck, right? Yeah, literally, it's almost 3 hours long. It's 2 hours and 48 minutes and 26 seconds. People have every fucking minute to determine, you know, for themselves beyond those clips. But you need to advertise shit. And unfortunately, you got to give them a little razzle dazzle. Just is what it is. But very reminiscent of Sam Cedar crying and showing his fucking anti-black misogyny ass for what he is. You see how white people, especially, and I don't know, like Brie being a beautiful black woman, very intelligent, educated, has the credentials, Bernie Sanders, you know, former media, head of media, I forget what the word is, very beautiful. I don't know if I mentioned that. Anywho, look, they get upset, man. They get upset, they get hurt when they get fucking schooled. Because, you know, that not so subconscious feeling that if they're going to be outdone, if they're going to be exposed, it should be by one of their own. So I listened to most of this. I just want to listen to a little part of this because this is the only section that I really, truly disagree with Brianna Joy Graham. At least portions of it. And we talked about it before. Spoiler alert. Bernie Sanders did not get cheated the second time. That's called politics. All right. Fuck, let that shit go. Anyways, I'm going to play this. And my God, yellow looks amazing. Let's go ahead and focus.
Problem is that phenomenon gets confused with the sort of electoral viability of centrism. So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who is from the South and pretends to be a black person because he's, you know, plays the saxophone or whatever.
I'm sorry, but how do you not pull that clip? How do you not? Come on. What was the comic that said that Bill Clinton was the first black president? I forget what comic said that. That's all it takes. Toni Morrison said that? Okay. I don't know. I gotta look it up now. That is a wild claim. Are you joking here? I don't know if you want to go to the Atlantic.
Senator Obama, appreciating what you said about the media's preoccupation with race, there is one, right? The Nobel Prize-winning African-American author Toni Morrison famously observed about Bill Clinton, quote, "This is our first black president, blacker than any actual black person who could ever be elected in our children's lifetime." Do you think Bill
I need context here. No, hold on. Look. I'm treading lightly here. I have not read Beloved. All right? So I'm treading lightly here. What the fuck? What? Somebody point me in the right direction. What the fuck, bro? Oh. I got hot because I started thinking about. I was worried, but apparently everything's good with the bite or the sting, whatever. It's Speedy though. Hillary, like, yo, he said that shit. I think she. I mean, the context does matter. It does. It always does. But let's hear the. I mean, god damn, we gotta hear this, especially knowing how fucking racist Hillary was during this time. It's so like underplayed how racist she fucking was, and I don't think that is something that should be completely dismissed in her loss to Donald Trump. Her actions and the way that she carried herself against Obama, I don't think that is something that should be downplayed for her loss against Donald Trump. Oh, you can't believe that he, that he would even raise that question as a moderator.
Clinton was our first black president.
Well, I think Bill Clinton did have an enormous affinity with the African.
I hate the way he fucking talks, man. For the most part, I'm like, whatever. It's just his style. He chose to do it. But it makes sense when you're between ideas. But if you take that Obama pause between somebody's name, it's not like you don't know like Bill Clinton's last name. It's not like you're like Bill Clinton. Yeah, bro, tighten up. Tighten up. Yes, you know who Bill Clinton is. Say the for when you're seemingly thinking in real time about a great idea and a great quote that you're about to deliver. But goddamn, between a fucking name, between a president's George W. Bush, it's like, what the fuck? Abraham Lincoln. It's just like, what are you doing? What the fuck is this, bro? Come on. I get it. This is before he became president, still working, refining the pauses, and it really, what is he gonna say next? Oh my goodness. All right, man. God damn. That was ridiculous. Look, you might be a fan of his speaking style, and a lot of Democrats, Shapiro, a lot of people have adopted it. And white people love that shit. Between names, bro? What complex ideas are you coming up with? What policies are you thinking about up there? Between Bill and fucking Clinton. And look, she's a hater, but game recognizes game. She's like, oh, you're so fucking, look at her.
Bill Clinton did have an enormous affinity with the African American community, and still does. And I think that's well earned. Like John, one of the things that I'm always inspired by, I'm serious about. I'm always inspired by young men and women who grew up in the South when segregation was still taking place, when the transformations that are still incomplete but at least have begun had not yet begun. And to see that transformation in their own lives, I think that is powerful. And it is hopeful because what it indicates is that people can change. And each...
Yeah, bro. I don't know if I should be happy that I was like super fucking young. At least the first time around. Ah, man. How many people just completely like forgave and embraced white people because of Obama?
Successive generation can create a different vision of how we have to treat each other. And I think Bill Clinton embodies that. I think he deserves credit for that. Now, I haven't, I have to say that...
Fuck it. I don't like him. I don't like him, but I got to pull this up. Hold on. Let me, it's Reddit, so I got to close it just in case. Where is it? Wow, you're not gonna show me the original tweet? What the fuck? That's hilarious.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Ay. Where's the original, bro? All right, I pulled it up. I pulled it up. Thank you for the super chat. He's got the black mask. Jesus Christ, bro. Come on, guys. I read out super chats. Help me out here. Adam Ringland says, Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish. She's just ugly. Oh my God, bro. That is just undeniably fucking hilarious. Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish. She's just ugly.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't get
Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
I didn't say it. A Jewish man did. Hi, Adam. You're right. I'm not Jewish. Since you find me ugly, feel free to never look at me. The ugly Jew is a vile, centuries-old anti-Semitic trope. So next time, please, just go straight to ugly and leave out the rest. Thank you. Not beating the alligator. Fuck it at this point. Fuck it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do at this point? When I say I don't give a fuck about white tears, I'm not a fucking Nazi, so that includes European Jews. All right, enough of the torture going through Obama's fucking epic rise. But there was... Is there context to this fucking statement, bro? I guess not. Whatever. It is what it is.
And that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Well, no, because what we just described was that after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other. That the person who there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one party has been in power for a long time is blamed for everything that's going wrong in the world. And so whoever is on the other side is going to win. Like, we just agreed that that's the case, right? We just agreed that that's a phenomenon. And the problem...
I don't think it's like inevitable, but I think it's a tendency.
It's not necessary. I mean, sure, but we just agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years.
Yeah.
So that being said, it feels like what it seems like is the same people who elected Bill Clinton are still advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same things he's been saying since then, no matter how many times he's been proven wrong, no matter how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to Donald Trump. Joe Biden, I would argue, narrowly wins in 2020 largely because of COVID and people's lack of faith that Donald Trump can manage this global crisis.
We have to agree on this. We cannot allow. We're good. We're safe. This is why I don't need on stream. Excuse me. We have to agree on this, and we cannot allow the Democratic Party to lie to us or to memory hold this. Kamala Harris engaged in anti-vax conspiracy theory propaganda. She put into question the safety of a vaccine under the Donald Trump administration. Operation Warp Speed should be an example of what government can do when it prioritizes the health and the well-being of people. Mind you, the government wasn't concerned about our well-being or health. They were concerned about getting us back to work. Understood. But the actual science behind it and the health benefits that it would provide should be an example of what government can do when it does prioritize people. Oh, y'all don't remember this? Kamala Harris said, what'd she say? I would not trust a vaccine like by Donald Trump, by this administration, by the Donald Trump. All butchered. But I want the actual video. Your face is hilarious, bro.
For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
For life to get back to normal.
That's absolutely ridiculous. That's absolutely fucking unacceptable and ridiculous. Motherfucker, Donald Trump wasn't the one making that shit. What are you talking about?
President Trump has said we can expect a COVID-19 vaccine before the end of the year, or, quote, have to come from a...
He wants to take his word for it. I will not take his word for it. He wants us to inject bleach. No, I will not take his word.
Senator Harris also suggested public health officials were likely to face pushback, potentially at the expense of their jobs, from the White House if they had any reservations about a vaccine or the standard for releasing it.
Across the studio, Catalina Marchand Deobra with Truth or Fake. Now, I know you always tell us the truth.
Always.
You're starting with an altered video of Kamala Harris, who just happens to be in Paris, so that's quite news, isn't it? Talking on COVID-19 vaccinations and hospital rates. Now, this is an altered video. Explain what's been happening.
There's an edited video of Kamala Harris going around on the web. In the altered video, you can see her saying that every person she knows in the hospital with COVID-19 is vaccinated. Let's take a look at the video. And this occasion, it was Vice President Kamala Harris delivers remarks on vaccines. You can also see it on the remarks at a vaccine mobilization in order to compare.
In the hospital right now, sick with COVID-19, is unvaccinated.
There's a clear difference.
All right, we weren't talking about that, but yeah. Once in power, they switched their tune. The thing is, when you're dealing with something, especially with the completely justified, what's the word I'm looking for? Like suspicion of the black community towards vaccines and government mandated vaccines. Right? I was gonna say just health in general, but specifically vaccines. For a black politician, a black woman, to put into question that is literally costing people's lives. Let's not diminish this shit. Anti-vax rhetoric and propaganda results in people dying. It results in people dying. Let's not fucking downplay this shit. So one of the most frustrating things was that Donald Trump and his administration weren't in the fucking laboratory coming up with a vaccine. Operation Warp Speed should be praised and should be in a fucking example, a fucking minuscule example of what we can achieve when we prioritize health and safety. And to have Democrats, to have the vice president who was then running for president, put into question the safety of these vaccines, cost people their lives. 100%. Then it allowed reactionaries to be like, well, wait a minute, she said we shouldn't trust it before. Come on. Ridiculous. And the other thing too is we have to acknowledge the fact that the Donald Trump administration handled COVID, I don't even know how many times, but like immensely better than the Joe Biden administration. Almost as soon as Joe Biden was sworn in, we acted like COVID was over. It was disgusting. And it's reprehensible, and it highlights how the Democratic Party can normalize atrocities, can normalize actions or inactions that we would crucify, rightfully so, the Republican Party. But when the Democrats do it, it's all good. We can all calm down. We can all settle down. Joe Biden is not just responsible for the genocide of Palestinians, but he's also responsible for abandoning countless people that were still struggling with COVID-19 and that got COVID-19 because of the Democratic Party's removal and removal of restrictions, especially in workplaces, but normalization of COVID-19. Like, let's just 100%. The CEO of Delta, hey Joe, we got to get these numbers up again. All right, done. But the thing is, it wasn't just Delta, bro. Like, it wasn't just that. It was pressure from the capitalist class in general, right? The Delta one is the most obvious one, the one that got, essentially not leaked, but that the information on that was out and about. And so we got like an anti-vax argument over here. Have to push back on this because most individuals didn't vote for her because of vaccines. I don't think that. I think by the time that Joe Biden dropped out, I don't think that COVID-19 was a major issue. I don't think I made that claim. Also, the manufacturers of these products have been absolved from lawsuits for 75 years. And are you suggesting that there are rampant negative health consequences to taking vaccines? Democrats and Republicans both profit from the unregulated testing and vaccine products, but in the marketplace, we're off the meter. Bro, white people were showing up to reservations. White people were showing up to indigenous communities to take the vaccine. And I'm not even like somebody that's like, oh, get all your vaccines. I'm not even somebody that wears their mask like they should. I struggle with that. But I recognize that I'm a fucking idiot. I recognize that I'm not being a good human being and showing solidarity with immunocompromised comrades. I'm 100%. I can own being a piece of shit like that. But if like the nonsense of anti-vax talking points is so fucking exhausting because it doesn't make any fucking sense. They were trying to prevent Cubans from not just developing a vaccine, but being able to actually use a vaccine by denying them needles. Like, just so many fucking things. The Zionist entity was refusing to give Palestinians the vaccine while making it readily available to all the Zionist colonizers. Just thing after thing that highlights that these motherfuckers were prioritizing their well-being. It's so fucking ridiculous. And it's infuriating because it's like, we already failed. We already failed. And like, that shit's a wrap. Whatever other pandemic hits us, the government is not going to respond to it. Nobody's... Oh my God. Trying not to get heated. I would trust the Cuban vaccination before the US vaccine. That's dope. That has nothing to do with the conversation we're talking about. That's amazing. I don't know anyone that would fucking disagree with that. Cool. So, and... Okay, hell. If our ancestors had vaccines, maybe we could have stopped these fucking colonizers. Maybe the world would be a better place. All right, let's get back to this.
And people feeling really endangered and their health is on the line and they just need someone normal and sensible back in the White House. And then you get a Joe Biden. And then you see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
the far
voter
left
base. Well, by
is
Democratic
not
Party
supporting a
standards,
genocide is
by
far
Democratic,
left.
by Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I
isn't
mean,
that quite the admission?
Well,
isn't that quite the admission that we have a far right Democratic
is it?
Party if something like ending a genocide is considered to be far left?
And that's, I mean, that is the tell. That is the tell. Is again, these Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Hassan Pikers, Contrapoints, at the end of the day, all the same. How they engage in their Democratic Party propaganda may be distinct, but all the same. They're all telling you that the genocide of Palestinians is not enough for them. It's not a red line for them. That they're all telling you this. Understand that for these fucking white people, the genocide of Palestinians who are predominantly brown, who are predominantly Muslim, is insufficient for them to abandon the Democratic Party. The lives of Palestinians are not enough for them. The extermination, genocide, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is not sufficient. So the question is, okay, would 2 genocides be enough? Or is it who is going through a genocide? Who's being put through a genocide? Is it about if a white person, a European, a Christian, if they were going through genocide, would that be enough for you to stop supporting the Democratic Party? If the Democratic Party was conducting, aiding and abetting, protecting a genocide against white Christians, would that be enough? And at this point, it's like, let's fucking find out. Let's fucking find out if you switch your fucking tune when it happens to someone like you.
Well, I don't think necessarily that particular issue, but you've said, I mean, so
Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left, right? But like,
it's populist. It's centrist politics.
Yeah, but your position seems to be that like there's this sort of like available untapped voter base that will manifest if the Democrats, run on these issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries? I guess is my question.
Well, you refuse to acknowledge the riggedness of the primaries.
Yeah.
You refuse to, so I don't know what to tell you.
That the primaries are rigged, but I just
it's not my position. It's the people who rigged the primaries position. They were openly admitting it at this point, Natalie.
I feel the argument that the primaries are rigged is like, I feel like the evidence does not rise to the level where I feel like rigged is an appropriate description for what happened.
Well, how would you like? Frankly, I use the phrase finger on the scale when I first brought this up in our conversation. So, you know, I don't need to use the term, I mean, if that is just a semantic issue, then we don't have to use that word.
Like, okay, so like again, to go back to 2020, like, okay, so there's a sort of minor conspiracy of like of center-left candidates dropping out so that Joe Biden gets all of the voters available to that. That strategy simply would not work if the more progressive candidate, Bernie Sanders, had, if there were just simply more voters for the progressive candidate than there were for the center-left candidate. But that turned out not to be the case.
She's fucking right. She's right. Contrapoints, Natalie Wynn is absolutely fucking right. And then sucks to fucking admit it, but there's this weird obsession with these populists, with these DSA fucking democratic socialist bullshitters, that somehow the second time around, not the first time we all agree, the DNC as a private organization can fucking pick and choose whoever they want. This is all just performative. But they put, you know, they cheated. They cheated Bernie. And now you could downplay it because I've heard like the Creep Destiny downplay the fact that Hillary Clinton was given, you know, the questions in advance for a debate. And he downplayed it by saying, oh, well, these questions were, you know, anything unique. They're the basic questions that you would expect from any political debate by, you know, presidential candidates running for a Democratic Party ticket. Okay, well, if that's the case, why not give it the answers, or excuse me, why not give the questions to Bernie in advance as well? Right? It's not that these questions are out of the fucking left field and something irrelevant. It's that you know what the questions are in advance, regardless of how predictable they may be. You already know what the questions are. And so you can start preparing your response specifically to those questions in the way that they're asked. All that shit matters. You don't have to think about what's happening next. You don't have to think about the wording and the phrasing. You already know. You're not guessing at all. You're not going to be surprised or turn for, you know, or you know, thrown a curveball or anything like that. You just know. You know what the questions are. And you have time to study and construct the appropriate best response possible. Whereas if you don't have the questions in advance, this is all obvious shit. Sure, you're going to guess, all right, they're probably going to ask about this or that. Cool. We don't know how they're going to ask specifically, but generally speaking, this is how I'm going to respond. All right, cool. Best I can do is just kind of guess things out and get a feel for it in the moment and you know, improv it the day of the debate. But you don't know exactly how the question's going to be asked. Hillary did. That was cheating. That's blatant cheating. But I don't get angry or upset at it because the Democratic Party does not need to even conduct these fucking performative ass circus shows. They're a private organization. They can say, we choose this person and that's it. You guys are upset that you didn't get the performance the way that you liked it. You got, you know, it became a little too much wrestling for you. You don't mind going to a wrestling show and knowing that the winners are predetermined, that the losers are predetermined. You like to maintain the kayfabe, the suspension of disbelief alive, so you feel like you're part of a democracy. Awesome. I understand that. I get why you're, you know, upset about that, the cognitive dissonance of it all. Cool. The second time around, it's just fucking politics. Obama steps in. All right, Bernie might take it this time. All the fucking young politicians, step the fuck down. I'll reward you. You have decades in this fucking career as a politician. Hold off. I'll take care of you after. We'll give you a position in the Biden administration. We'll take care of you. Don't worry. We won't forget. They all step aside, willing to take that bargain. It's called fucking politics. It's politics. There's nothing cheating about it. There's nothing fucking out of line. There's nothing insidious. It's just politics. Hey, don't do this or do this, and you'll be rewarded with this. Or you won't be attacked with that. That's just fucking basic politics. Congratulations. Bernie lost. Bernie legit lost. And in fact, Bernie gave up before they rang the bell. Bernie gave up because he's not a fucking fighter. He's a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. Always has been. He's a fucking Zionist at that. And he knew that Joe Biden, self-proclaimed Zionist, Catholic one, was going to take care of the Zionist project. And it seems like that's all fucking Bernie cares about because his whole slogan, right, not me, but us, went out the fucking window. So I don't know what he cares about. It seems like he's concerned with the safety, prosperity, longevity, the legitimacy, and, you know, the Zionist project sustaining itself. Good luck with that, bro.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's a few things that happen. As you are aware, many fewer people vote in primaries than in general elections, and it tends to be more plugged in, conventional media, mainstream media, watching folks who are tuned into their MSNBC every day, and exactly the people who are getting the overwhelming message that someone like Bernie Sanders is not electable, which we know not to be true.
But this,
I mean,
this
in terms
ought
of
to
the
be
head-to-head polls
this
with
is a
Trump.
problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates in primaries,
Okay,
right?
now we're talking about the same thing.
If it's like Kamala Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy or to
Well, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Campaign in South Carolina or whatever we think is the condition that Bernie had to meet to win.
The problem of how to over.
Real quickly, none of your business. I definitely believe that they rigged the Iowa primary against him, likely again. Here's the thing: even if that was the case, because you're talking about the Iowa one where Pete Buttigieg came out and declared victory, and then there's a whole probably likely true conspiracy about Pete Buttigieg's team being associated with or having connections to the people that produced or created the app that suddenly Iowa was using instead of paper ballots or what have you, or whatever the style that they do it. I forget how they conducted it in Iowa, but it's some weird ass shit that they were using this app and that the app was malfunctioning the day of. Ridiculous that they use that app for something so significant. Do it for some mayor fucking bullshit, some whatever, some district stuff. Even if that were the case, Bernie has no fucking spine, has no fight in him. So instead of coming out like a fucking conniving politician and saying, we all know I won, yada yada. I'm victorious. It is what it is. Tonight was a victory. Tomorrow we'll find out what happens. Or some bullshit like that. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait and figure it out. We'll see. And people just stepped out and said, yeah, I fucking won. Motherfucker has no fight because he was never in it to win it. Bernie Sanders has no fight because he was never in it to win it. He was not there to win. He was there to sheepdog us back into the Democratic Party. To give us hope. To say, oh, we just got to organize harder next time. Oh, we just got to vote harder next time. Oh, we just got to door knock harder for the Democratic Party next time. That's why he fucking did it.
Overcome the media. And I don't want to overstate. I really want to say like $70 million worth of earned media that came out of Biden's South Carolina win. Like Bernie out fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure, hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no bearing on the outcome of the general election, right? There's only, I mean, what to do about that is a huge problem that dovetails with our enormous media capture problem that we're dealing with right now with respect to Israel and Gaza. I will say that Israel and Gaza is demonstrating that despite the overwhelming control of the media by these corporate interests that are now explicitly owned by Zionists in too many outlets, in too many forms than I could count, that it hasn't managed to keep a grip on public opinion. So it's a really interesting thing that we're seeing right now, that for the first time, there's some kind of messaging that has overcome the media. That being said, it's going to be a longer term struggle for folks like Bernie Sanders working within the Democratic Party, especially to figure out how not just to overcome the party's messaging, but the fact that they will never be able to be seen. I mean, right now, Natalie, you have a Green Party candidate for.
Here's the issue. Why the fuck? Can somebody explain, please, in the chat, in the comments, whatever, explain to me, why the fuck would an independent concern themselves with being seen or represented in a Democratic Party primary? Why the fuck would an independent concern themselves with being represented, seen, treated fairly in a Democratic Party primary? You're not part of the fucking team, right? You're not part of the fucking club. Why do you think they would allow somebody, an outsider, somebody that doesn't even claim party allegiance, right? The kayfabe. Why would they treat you fairly? Why the fuck are they even allowing you to run at all? Oh, shit. Because you're not actually independent. You're not actually independent. Because if you were, you would have ran third party when you felt cheated by Hillary Clinton in the Democratic National Convention. Your role is to appear as an outsider in order to lead people back to the Democratic Party. And that's why they allowed you to run. Because they knew that you were going to do your fucking job. That you were going to get your fucking shine box and you were going to bring people back to the Democratic Party. That's why he campaigned endlessly for Hillary Clinton. And that's why he said that not only him, but Genocide Joe could defeat Donald Trump. He was right about that. But that's not what you say when you're trying to win. The reason they allowed an independent like Bernie Sanders to run in the Democratic Party primary is to get people back to vote for the Democrats. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. I'm not giving you some grand conspiracy theory. What the fuck else? What else? Please tell me, correct me. Now go home and get your fucking shine box, Bernie. Hey, I don't know if you know this anymore, but I'm not an independent. Fucking talking to Parenti. Things have changed since you died, Parenti. And look, perfect fucking. I mean, it's Brie.
But the fact that they will never be able to be seen. I mean, right now, Natalie, you have a Green Party candidate for governor. It's a first to past the post system, right? So it's not like a spoiler argument. It's a jungle primary. You had all the Democrats, the top 3 Democrats before Swalwell dropped out, polling at 10%. You had the Green Party candidate polling at 5%, and the Democratic Party sued to get him off the ballot. Because God forbid he actually participate in a debate. And the people of California, ostensibly our most liberal state who would be open to something like this, actually hear someone who supports Medicare for all in Gaza. But they simply undemocratically sue to get you off the ballot to preclude Americans from even finding out about you. I heard you tell Joshua Citarella that you think there's something.
All right, the whole Butch Ware thing, Green Party. The Green Party has chosen for fucking decade after decade to prioritize bringing in white people. Yeah, prioritize whiteness. Are there people within the Green Party trying to change that? Absolutely. But as a whole, the Green Party has prioritized whiteness. You're not going to challenge the Democratic Party. You're not going to challenge the Republican Party by trying to cater to whiteness. So they've been shooting themselves in the foot, election after election. Okay. People aren't going to go and support you, organize on your behalf, or vote for you if you're not at least demonstrating that you could get some wins on your own with what you have. And the Green Party should be prioritizing, not abandoning running, presidential candidate because they need to remain viable, but they should be prioritizing taking victories in small local elections in blue states. Right? The very same way that the DSA is prioritizing that. Follow the DSA playbook. It's that simple. Make yourself known and be relevant to people in their local communities so that when they see you on the presidential ballot ticket, they're not like, who the fuck are these guys? Or if these guys are still around, they're like, oh shit. They're doing a pretty good job in the school district. They're doing a pretty good job as a council member or whatever the fuck. I might not vote for them this time, but you recognize them. You've seen them around. Shit like that. When it comes to the whole situation with Butch Ware, I'm never going to co-sign or support some cult of personality shit. It's too dangerous. I don't care. But I'm good. Good luck to you. Do your thing. I'm not out here going to smear you or tear you down because everybody else is worse than you. But it makes me uncomfortable. So I'm not going to engage in it. I don't think you're, I didn't think you were going to win. I'm not upset that you're not going to win because of the way that you carry and present yourself. I'm just not buying it. So I'm not going to shed any tears or get upset on your behalf. I don't think that's a complicated or irrational position to take. A lot of weird moves.
Kind of masculine and sort of like man-coded about the antipathy toward the Democrats and people like Hillary Clinton, and the kind of drive to be contrarian and vote Green and what have you, which I, as one of the country's most famously hated Green Party voters, I took some issue to that, especially since I voted for very much a woman, Jill Stein, twice now, right? And Nina Turner is also a famously hated Green Party voter, and Susan Sarandon is a famously hated Green Party voter.
No, I think that the Green Party is also somewhat feminine coded. I would agree with that, because I mean, even the concept of a Green Party as being sort of initially like an environmentalist party, environmentalism is a feminine coded issue, right? So that's not necessarily what I was talking about. I guess, sorry, I still am tempted to bring this around because it does seem like, so it seems like when a center-left candidate like Kamala Harris loses a general election, you seem to place all the blame for it on them. When a more progressive candidate like Bernie Sanders loses a primary, you blame the media. I mean, like why is it not also sort of Bernie Sanders' fault for not,
I think I did.
Why is it not also sort of the media's fault for Kamala? Because I mean, the media did also obsessively focus on Joe Biden's health. Like, there's all kinds of things that you could say about.
Okay, a couple of things. It's different when the media lies versus when the media tells the truth. And what the media, in fact, did with Joe Biden is run cover for him when he was in a clear state of decline going back to 2019, right? So if anything, the media
there's extensive media coverage of Biden's declining health in the years up to 2024.
I am not one to want to promote Jake Tapper in any way, shape, or form, but co-written by my neighbor at the wall behind me, Alex Thompson, there's an entire book about the media cover-up of Joe Biden's senility. And I remember covering this on Rising. It was very frustrating that every time that Joe Biden did something that was obviously reflective of his lapsing competence, mixing up the names of foreign leaders, walking out the wrong door, tripping all over the place, having these falls, that it was attributed to being a right-wing conspiracy theory. That was the
Dude, the Majority Report, Sam Cedar, wow, man. If you ever wondered if he was a Democratic Party fucking propagandist, go back and check out their coverage of the very visible, very obvious brain rot that Bernie, hopefully someday, the brain rot of Joe Biden. Go check it out. And then check out how they're like, oh, he needs to drop out. The moment that it became, I mean, this motherfucker had to be drooling in the debate stage. Just fucking straight fucking forgetting how to breathe. For these fools to just stop running cover for him. And then they switched up and started running cover for Kamala Harris and her support for genocide. Right, yeah. Fucking weirdo, bro. Imagine having a mod that talks like a fucking supervillain. You know our deal. Don't speak my savior's name, and I won't show up to harass you in your your channel. Fucking weirdo, bro. Yeah, Vic Mensa. Look, I'm a hater. I'm petty. Sometimes I can't explain shit, and I just keep it to myself. You've never heard me talk shit about Vic Mensa before. Go to the streams, check it out. You'll never hear me talk shit about him. At least I don't think so. And I would see like his orange fucking video clips. Bro, and every time I saw it, I was just like, ugh. There's a stench of opportunism. But then, you know, it's just probably just a hater. I'm just a hater. Good looking dude, getting popular doing political content. I'm just petty. I'm just a hater. I'm just jealous. All those things, right? I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna say anything about it. Mainly because I couldn't even get through most of his fucking videos because they were so fucking cringe to me. And I hate using that word, but it's just kind of like, bro, some fucking dorky ass shit. And sure enough, Iran. Sure enough. And I was like, yeah, you just let these fucking people talk long enough. They tell you.
Actual language that it was attributed to being a right-wing conspiracy theory. That was the actual language used that you were using. You were dealing with right-wing conspiracy theory.
The Democratic Party, right?
Yeah, in Democratic media with Democratic figures on Democratic media talking about Biden's senility. And in fact, going back to 2019, I'm sorry, listeners to the show, you've heard me say this a million times, but on the debate stage, rising stars Cory Booker and Julian Castro had the temerity to point out that Joe Biden seemed not to remember what he had just been talking about on the debate stage in 2019. And when they called that out, Castro called it out on stage, and then they both said something about it in the spin room afterward. You didn't hear from either of them for another 4 years. And I used
That is crazy. I mean, sorry, that is wild. That is absolutely true. I have not thought of that. They did disappear. They disappeared them. Damn. Tip. Where's the rule? Tip says Mensa's a longtime weirdo, not just on politics. Tip. What is the rule? Let's see the receipts. That's right. Who were the politicians that they... It was the twins, no?
said something about it in the spin room on the debate stage and had the temerity to point on the debate stage. Rising stars Cory Booker and Julian Castro had...
Castro. Yes.
They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for
Are you
Medicaid,
forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Be in for it.
Are you forgetting already what you said just 2 minutes ago? I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that they had to buy in, and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone like your grandmother who has no money.
We need a healthcare system
You're automatically
enrolls people regardless of whether they choose to opt in or not. If you lose your job, for instance, his healthcare plan would not automatically enroll you. You would have to opt in. My healthcare plan would. That's a big difference. I'm fulfilling the legacy of Barack Obama, and you're not.
I'll be surprised to him.
Well, I mean, the former presidential candidate, Castro, tells David Remnick why Democratic leaders concerned about President Joe's age were afraid to challenge the establishment and run against him. We'll never know. We'll never know.
The temerity to point out that Joe Biden seemed not to remember what he had just been talking about on the debate stage in 2019. And when they called that out, Castro called it out on stage, and then they both said something about it in the spin room afterward. You didn't hear from either of them for another 4 years. And I still haven't heard from Castro. I don't know where he's, and these were rising stars in the Democratic Party. These were going to be our Gen X presidents.
Yeah.
And now we're skipping them.
Well,
you get punished, as they deserved. I mean, like, I'm not sitting here obviously rooting for Cory Booker or anything, but I mean, the fact that the Democratic Party would sideline, and this is conjecture here, this is just my observation, but seemingly that there would be more consequences for calling out Joe Biden's senility at a time when it could have been avoided as a consequence for the party than there is for actually being the senile person who puts America in the position of a second Donald Trump term, strikes me as a little backward, no?
Well, I agree with you that a lot of blame for this does rest on with the Democrats. Like, I am not conspiracist about why Democrats...
A lot of the blame. But we got to save some blame for the voters, of course.
Lose elections. Like, I don't think there is a conspiracy necessarily against Joe Biden. I mean, I mean, but it seems like it does seem like that's a little bit what you're saying when it comes to discussing like why Bernie Sanders can't win a Democratic primary.
No.
Like,
Let's be clear. I don't think that Bernie can't win, and I think that he should have anticipated what was going to happen. That there was going to be coordination. That was something that was anticipated. That they were going to try to leverage the black vote against him and use South Carolina the way they did. All of that should have been anticipated. But it is also fair to acknowledge that is an extremely anticipated all day and night. And it's an extremely high barrier that he had to overcome, that a candidate that was not a threat to the healthcare industry, the private insurance industry, the weapons manufacturing industry, the oil and gas industry, et cetera, would not have had to face.
On some level, I think that's true. On some level, some of it also just simply the product of like Bernie Sanders having been a party, like an outsider to the party, having been an independent in Vermont. I mean, I just think that like there's a limit to how much of this you can attribute to that when like it is ultimately the popular vote that he is unable to win. I mean, you can blame it on media bias to a certain extent, perhaps, but
Well, that's the whole point of the quote unquote rigging of the first election. That it's not the popular vote, that the delegate counts were rigged, that he won every county in West Virginia and didn't get any of those delegates. I mean, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the rigging. That it was not a popular vote issue. And moreover, if we wanted popular vote democratic reforms, you would do things like support ranked choice voting so that the spoiler candidate issue that frequently causes people not to vote for someone like Bernie because they think he's quote unquote unelectable would no longer be at play.
Well,
the Democrats oppose ranked choice voting. And when it's passed by ballot measure, I think in Maine it was passed some years back, Democrats.
I think we're good here. I mean, there's just so much fucking wishful thinking with ranked choice voting. It's exhausting, bro. It's like no Democrat or Republican are gonna push that forward. Why would they? What the fuck? Why would they? And yes, as mentioned earlier, the Green Party has been, dealing with this lawfare, warfare shit when it comes to the Democratic Party, kicking them out of the ballot and all these things like that. Again, that's just part of the game. And that's why I think you should focus on smaller offices. That's not saying remove yourself from the presidential ballot because they might not let you back on, but focus on smaller ballots and start making yourselves be seen in local communities. You have to start from there. There's no way around it. In fact, you running primarily, bringing attention to your presence during the presidential campaign has proven to be counterproductive to your mission. Right? Because now the Democratic Party and their spokespersons like Hassan Piker or Sam Cedar can say, oh, they only come around every 4 years. Oh, where's Joe Stein? Where's Joe Stein? Get rid of fucking Joe Stein tomorrow, bro. Anywho. But yeah, I just mainly wanted to cover that part because it was funny, kind of the back and forth that they were having over it. All right. Where are we here? Now, I appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate y'all showing some support. Again, back to our regular scheduled program next week. Look, I was trying to start the stream early. I couldn't, y'all. I'm still catching up on some sleep, much needed sleep. But yeah, we'll get back to the 9 a.m., 8 a.m. Sunday slots. But this has been fun. I appreciate y'all. I gotta eat. Does PSL run local? I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen local movements like that. I mean, so the last presidential election, because Cornel West was up to his shenanigans. There was a debate with Cornell's VP, Claudia de la Cruz, and Butch Ware. It wasn't a debate. It was just kind of like they were just speaking and they had limited Q&A. Butch Ware showed up late, and so I think he only answered one question. I didn't get to ask him this question, but I essentially asked him, like, hey, do you have a plan that parallels the Republican parties and these reactionary movements, these organizations, to overtake school districts in order to start banning books and changing the curriculum and what children are and how they're being educated? Crickets. Fucking crickets. That is where my mind's at. That we have to start from such a basic fucking level. Obviously, if you have access to running a presidential campaign, maintain it. I'm not arguing against that. But you need to start from the ground up. You need to make yourself known to local communities. You need to show them that you're willing to do the boring, bureaucratic, unglamorous work. That's just it. If you're going to pursue, some form of electoralism, this whole nonsense about viability is repulsive. And it just highlights how what it's saying is, hey, there's no point in fighting. There's just hope that you can reform and use entryism in the Democratic Party. Anything outside of that is just, it's too magical thinking. It's beyond the realm of possibility. It's beyond reality. So you lack revolutionary optimism. Cool. Get the fuck out of the way. It's that simple. Again, if you want to go down that road of electoralism, if you want to have a vanguard party. When and where was that? At Midnight Books, back when they were in, was it Huntington Park? I think it was Huntington Park. That's where me and Butch Ware first got connected and exchanged like IGs and shit like that. That's where he kind of ignored and left me on red. It's all good. I'm not mad at that. But I returned the favor. Because I'm a petty motherfucker. All right. Thank y'all for sticking around. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for subscribing. Do me a favor, hit the like if you haven't already. It costs you nothing. We got local shit. Yes, we do. I try to show up the best that I can. I try. I just don't want to remain in this chair. I don't want to just become, online brained or however you would say that. CDL rap battle, homie. You don't want that smoke. No, just with my stuttering, muttering foolishness, do you think I would want to participate in a rap battle? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right. The Beast. But first, remember what Glenn Ford told us. Organize with eyes wide open. Join the Patreon if you want. Totally forgot about that. I always forget about that shit. $2. Yeah. $2 gets you access to the Discord. Boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's get back to this. The important stuff. The Beast by John Trudell. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race of midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yes, Sewell.